Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, whoa. What in the world?
What's happening?
What? Why do we sound like we're in a can?
I don't know. I don't like this.
Turn John off.
Hello.
Now we sound better
We're
again.
back.
Oh, so it was...
John has some settings.
I'm going to try this again.
Oh, God.
Oh, this is horrible. What is this?
John can't hear us or John can't talk to us right now. I think he's like sending the audio back to us somehow.
I'm in a bubble.
This is incredible.
I sound like... Oh, now it's
we're
fixed.
I turned it off. People
Okay.
were saying there's an echo.
Okay. It felt like when you are sick and your head is going to
See,
explode.
To me, it felt like if you're in a water slide, but it's one of the big tube water slides.
It does sound like that.
John, you said you were going to be on A. Oh, he left.
Okay.
Yep.
He
You
said
think that's-
he said A. We exchanged messages about this.
Oh, Nick had
Nick
the
didn't do it
setting
right.
wrong.
No, I checked it. It said tie line A, and then I looked back and it said zone IFB. It changed itself.
That explains why it sounded so bad. Because
John?
we were hearing ourselves
Well,
again.
John.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Hey, there he is. See, now we sound great.
Wild.
Yeah, I'm here. I didn't do anything on my end.
You left the StreamYard.
Yes, I did because I figured you guys were panicking because the StreamYard was.
Oh, no, it wasn't the StreamYard.
No,
That
it
No,
wasn't.
it wasn't the StreamYard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was never the StreamYard. It was Nick.
Sure. I'll take.
I don't know how that because I'm with you. I did see it said Thailand A up there, and then when I just looked back right before you did, it did not say Thailand
Yeah,
A.
I don't know what happened. It was weird.
Well, we're good to go now.
We're back.
Look at
Hello.
us. Hi, John. How are you?
Hey, John.
Happy Friday, everyone.
Happy
Happy Friday.
Friday.
It's Friday.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I didn't think we were doing Fun Shirt Friday anymore. We haven't for like the last month and a half.
What?
I thought it was dead.
I did a fun shirt last Friday.
Did you?
Yeah.
Must not have been very fun.
Okay, you're an idiot. Fun shirt
You
Friday.
always wear the same fun shirt. though.
I have like 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should I go buy more?
fun shirts used
Yes,
to be.
get more fun shirts.
They used to be bigger. I used
They
to
did.
have avocado shirts, crabs on my shirts,
Bring back avocado shirt.
birds on my shirts.
What happened to him?
I just stopped wearing them because I didn't feel like I really embodied the personality of a person that needed to have crabs on his shirt.
Wow, you just. So I want you to say that
Odson
again.
did
but
have a fun
imagine it-
shirt. People are
He
pointing
did.
this out, by the way.
Imagine it in Sipple's voice, what you just said, because that sounded exactly like something Sipple would say.
Yeah, well, I just did talk to Sipple, and he was especially old today.
You have Sipple on the brain.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. But now, no more fun shirts for me.
You don't have a back anymore.
I don't have a back anymore. I'm too old to do anything. It's
This is very sad.
Guess you're gonna have to stay at home with your daughter now.
Nope, he's got a baseball game to announce
Oh,
tonight.
never mind.
not injured enough to where I can't to where I stay home, which I'm not wishing upon myself the thing that happened to John. Dear God.
Oh God,
That-
poor
No,
John.
you don't want to wish that. You only wish it on your worst enemy.
No, I want to be able to work, and here I am. And now I just can't play softball, I don't think, for a little while.
You're done, and the season just began.
We're gonna see how it works in a couple days. We're gonna see how it looks in a couple days. But I can't see myself swinging a bat for a few weeks, probably.
Oh, man.
Wow. That means you're not going to be swinging a golf club, and you like to golf,
I do
don't
like-
you?
I do
Oh,
like
no.
I do like to golf. But admittedly, I don't think I've played since late July of last year.
Yeah.
Would you like to try disc golf?
And that no, well, I would need the torque for that too.
Yeah, he can't move anymore.
You could find a way to forehand it.
You're saying he needs to go all wrist?
I mean, you can. I wouldn't. but
All
you
wrist
could.
tapper. That's what they call him.
Wrister.
There's a way. If you do it wrong, you can get Tommy John from throwing a frisbee, a disc.
That makes
Well,
sense.
sure. It's like throwing anything else.
Yeah.
A lot of
You know?
former like college pitchers who didn't make it to the majors, they like to play disc golf, and they usually have a good forehand because it's a similar motion.
Is this true?
I bet it is. I mean, it makes sense. You're snapping the baseball out of your hand.
Sure.
Snap the frisbee. Or disc.
Now,
I've
wait
got
a
a
minute.
terrible forehand, though. I'm better backhand.
So I have never thrown a frisbee forehand before. So is that actually effective?
Oh, yeah, it's super effective. The people who are good at it can get some range on there, too. If you snap
Really?
your wrist right. Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I've seen people do it. It goes.
It's incredible.
Interesting.
People are already saying that this is a crappy boo year.
Oh, I was laughing. People are just destroying Nick in the comment sections.
Why?
Absolutely ripping Nick. All right, let's read some comments.
What are they saying?
Jeff texts in.
Hi, Jeff.
If only you guys had a producer or something.
Oh,
John
man.
emails in. Computers don't do anything without an input, Nick. Sean writes, you do 3-4-hour shows daily and use StreamYard. How is there always technical issues?
We have a
Good question.
we have an added layer of
Sean, show him your wrist.
yeah.
Got to remind people.
Everyone knows what's going on.
Show him
your-
the cube.
Show him the cube,
Show
John.
the cube.
The cube is gone.
He burned
cube
the
is not
cube.
here.
He said
He didn't burn the
He said, get out of
Not
here.
yet. I'm going to use it for the 4th of July.
Regarding the input thing, yes, things need inputs. I'm not the one who did the input, though. I don't know what happened.
Do you think it was a ghost?
Might have been. This place is haunted.
Because Nick said, oh, John's clock's going off. Nick
Oh,
said,
yeah. It's 2 o'clock.
yeah, Nick said that it was on the thing it needed to be on.
It did change.
corroborated.
It did change. I don't know
What
why. it
on
changed.
earth is going on here?
Which is funny because we didn't change anything. We've been broadcasting using the same stuff all week long on the same settings.
Yeah, I have no idea why it would go to IFB, but it was on there.
it was a ghost.
It was a glost.
Glowst.
That's what
You
it
know where
was.
where these kinds of things won't happen?
Oh,
The Sweet Studio.
Oh,
If I do remember
the
right,
Sweet Zone Studio.
Yes.
That's what we're gonna
the
call it.
Sweet
We're in
Zo-
we're in
Yes.
a Sweet Zone Studio.
Oh,
lowercase
that's awesome.
lowercase s.
Broadcasting live from the new Sweet Zone Studio.
Can we get Cutler on this, Nick?
probably. I
All right.
I haven't messed with it in a few years. I haven't had to, but I remember the switcher in
Don't
that
worry,
other
there aren't
studio
live
not
shows over
being
there.
Great.
Yeah.
I remember that switcher also being kind of finicky.
Well, maybe we'll get a new switcher too.
Oh,
Well, but
We're
that's
getting a
all
new
supposed.
board.
Yeah, that's all supposed to be. The switchers should be
We'll see.
Wow,
should be
Happer.
obsolete with the new boards because the new boards are now the switcher,
oh,
right?
that's true, I guess.
Stibbs
Yeah.
writes, does this studio come with a new FM station? Nick?
Mm-hmm.
Tell the folks.
As far as I know, no.
Oh, bummer.
Oh,
That'd been cool.
I just, day by day, we're just,
Happer just is a doubting Thomas.
we'll just see.
Jesus
you know?
won't come out of that tomb, says Happer.
A second thought has hit the happer.
Mm.
I would have probably been wrong about the whole Jesus in the tomb thing.
Yeah, you definitely would
I
have.
would have predicted that he would have.
Yeah.
But I mean,
stayed in the tomb.
you've been wrong about the snow being done many times.
God, I was so close to being right this year. So close.
Do you think there was somebody like you back in the day where it's like, the Jesus is done? And then 3 days later, he's like, damn it.
Folks,
Absolutely.
there was probably
there was many
me-
doubters as to whether
in 0
I think
AD.
probably most people thought that Jesus was not coming back, to be
Wow,
fair.
tough look for them.
correct prediction or incorrect predictions have been going on for hundreds and if not thousands
Who had
of
the
years.
first wrong take? Was it Adam when he ate that or
The
did Eve
apple?
eat the
No,
apple first?
Eve ate the apple.
Was it Eve when she was like, "Don't worry, this apple's good"?
You know,
Yeah,
the Bible
that's probably
never
the first
says,
take. Bad take.
The
First
Bible never
bad
specified what fruit it was. We all just assume it's an apple.
Well, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is she did what she wasn't supposed to do. That's the
forbidden
first wrong
fruit.
take.
Odson writes, "Does Teengus live in all of us?" Teengus
The first bad take of all time.
was eating the fruit
So
from the tree of knowledge.
Now, was the bad
good and
take
evil?
Was the bad take her eating the fruit, or was it the devil snake being like, "Yo, you should eat that"? Fruit?
No, the devil snake knew what he was doing. The devil snake
Yeah.
was Skip Bayless.
Oh,
Yeah,
in on
that's
the
true.
bit.
Oh, very much in
You
on the
know,
bit.
The devil snake
that
was,
was
a
the
bit.
first bit.
That
Yeah.
was the first bit.
The first
Wow.
bit.
Yeah, nothing bad's gonna happen to you if you try this apple.
Yeah. What's an all-time bad take? You know?
All time. What's the worst take?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a good summer topic.
Oh,
Mm.
What is the
all-time
worst
worst take?
take?
Well, there was old Neville Chamberlain when he came back off the plane waving the little piece of paper saying Hitler will be a good boy.
that would be
That was a bad take.
under
Designated Hitler.
Who was the
bad take.
newspaper? I guess the paper
That was the Chicago
Dewey
Sun
defeats
Times
Truman.
or
Now-
Chicago Tribune. Chicago
Was
Tribune.
the art school that rejected Mr. H, was that a bad take because of what it led to, or a good take because he was a bad artist?
So you're saying if you would have gotten into art school,
I think so.
World War II, and everything else doesn't happen?
I don't think it would have went down the same.
So, Nick, if you're a time traveler, most people say they'd go back and kill baby Hitler. You say you would go back and convince them to let him into art school.
I know he's not, but it's a school. He'll get better. Just
he'll
let him
learn.
Art school Hitler.
Thursdays on NBC.
Pretty good. All right, we'll put it on the June topics list.
All right.
Yep.
I already have
Worst hot take of all time.
for June 17th. I have do a dramatic scene reenactment of Tommy Boy at the College World Series. Now, where did we think that idea came from?
Wait, what is this? Say this again.
Are you going to do that on a sideline report?
I write things that we tentatively schedule for summer crossover topics.
Sure,
I write
right.
them on my calendar.
Okay.
So I have for June 17th, do a dramatic scene reenactment of Tommy Boy at the College World Series.
That is some content.
Let's see. Oh, for July 3rd, which is
I think we have an idea for this. What is that one?
Mount Rushmore of bad losses.
Mount Rushmore bad loss is a great.
And then the day before that, identify Nebraska's rock bottom. Oh, for tomorrow. So that's all happening on July 3rd.
So it's a reminder to do that.
Yes.
Yeah, because thankfully the 4th is on a good day of the week this year, and we don't have to work on Friday the 5th.
It's so weird last year.
You didn't even work. Shut up,
I can
Nick.
still say it was weird.
Imagine how few people are going to be here on July 3rd, though.
Very few people will be here,
if any.
I don't know. I mean,
we're probably at the point where it's about the same year round now.
What do you think? What if we get an email from our bosses that are like, "Hey, you know how we did that thing on May 23rd? We're doing the same thing on July 3rd."
I think it's possible.
See you later.
It's very
That'd be
possible.
sweet.
Well, I need to think of more best of stuff then.
Just re-air the show from last year. It was a good
So
show.
no topic alert show?
Apparently not. I guess unless that'd be July the 2nd this year.
We need to do a live topic alert day.
Yeah, you weren't involved that day.
Yeah, it was just us.
No, I was driving to Colorado.
Nice.
And
I
then,
was
hot
and
boy.
then, what's
and then
his-
they
I
fired
was
a
named-
defensive
and then,
backs
yeah, and
coach.
then what's his name got fired? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or
Right
left.
after the show ended, right, John?
Right after the show ended.
We did
I
not do
I
any.
was walking into my hotel or whatever it was, lodge thing, and I checked
motel.
my phone, and there it was, Evan Cooper, right?
Evan Cooper.
Evan
sounds
Cooper's.
right.
And I was like, this is great. I absolutely don't have to care about this at all.
And now he is at Florida State.
Really?
That's a lateral move.
cool. Lateral move.
Well, for him, it's definitely an upward move because
Yeah,
he
'cause he
was
didn't have a job.
without a job.
Yeah.
that's right.
And now
Fired.
he's with a job.
J-Man.
Unless being fired is better than being at Florida State, which you could make the argument for. You would probably if you were a
But
Florida
you don't have
fan.
money. You don't make money.
Yeah, but Florida State.
Well, he did get
They might go to the playoff, ever.
he did get a buyout, so
You don't think they're
They
going
might go to the playoff.
They might.
Florida State.
They were undefeated 2 years ago.
What's his name
they're
is
not
gonna
going to
get
the
fired?
playoff.
No.
Put it on the list. Florida State's not going on the playoff.
All right.
Here you go. I like that, John. Thank you.
It's a good
I mean,
list.
that's not much of a stretch. Actually, the list item should be Josh's. Florida State will be in the playoff.
I said they
'Cause
might
that's
be.
a lot hotter of a take than Florida State won't be.
I
Why are you
said-
high on Florida State?
Because they always have talented football players.
Because of James Williams
and last year was yes, and James Williams.
the sack man.
But last year was
You're a
weird.
sack man.
Last year was weird. Florida State won't make the college football playoff.
Wow, it's so green and blue outside. Look at that.
Nick, the best week of the year has certainly lived up to
Yeah,
the
this
hype.
is it. We're
We
in
are living in the good times.
it. We're in it.
All year long, you dream of a week this good.
This is the week.
It's been incredible.
Mhm.
Next week is going to be also good.
You know what I did yesterday?
Not
when I
as
got
good
home?
though. It's getting
It's
hot.
getting a little warmer next week. That's true, John.
Yeah, it's a little hot today, but
A little
it's
toasty woasty.
tolerable.
What's up?
Yeah, it's a
I
little
laid
toasty
on a
today.
blanket in my backyard yesterday. It was great.
What?
Yeah, there was a blanket. I laid on it in my
By
backyard.
yourself?
No,
To do what?
hang out.
That's odd.
Why don't you just sit in the grass?
What about
the
your
blanket
deck?
was
Don't you-
already down.
Don't you have a
Don't
deck?
you have?
We don't have
you don't
that.
have a lawn
Oh.
chair?
No, I don't. My
Like
one
some lawn
lawn
chairs?
Yeah,
the
we got
one lawn
chairs.
chair that I had got destroyed, so I just threw it away when I
Did
moved
you have
my
a
apartment.
picnic? Did you bring food?
No.
Otson writes drugs behavior.
It is.
Mm.
It is a very
That's some
drugs
drug.
thing for you to do.
There's nothing wrong with just enjoying nature, guys. Listening to the birds chirp.
Yeah, yeah, especially when you're high
I wasn't
on
high.
acid.
I was
Drugs,
high on
boy.
life. Also, I wouldn't do acid. That messes with your spinal fluid.
That's what people say. Is that true?
Yes. If you
'Cause
do
they
enough.
always
Of
say,
all the things, that's the thing that's going to keep you from dropping
Thank you,
acid.
John. Thank you.
Well, like If I want to do a psychedelic, hypothetically, it would probably be a mushroom. Hypothetically,
That doesn't mess with your spinal acid or
I
whatever.
don't think mushrooms mess with your spinal fluid. No,
I think they
Full
pretty much
question.
mess with whatever the hell they want to mess with, and you don't get a choice in that.
Yeah.
You know, I will be sitting in my backyard tonight. Now, it will not be on a blanket on the grass, but I'm going to get some prime deck enjoying tonight.
Good.
I'm going to bring a beer
you
outside.
should try putting a blanket in the grass. It's nice.
No, that sounds so stupid.
It's not stupid at all.
Yeah. First of all,
You're still outside.
I'd rather sit on the chair that I have. It's more comfortable than the ground.
Well, it's what the blanket's for. It's
Agreed.
like a cushion.
It is not a cushion. It is separating you from the dirt.
Well, you have a really thin blanket, but this was like an outdoor blanket.
What's the draw? I don't get it. What's the draw of the
You
blanket?
kill more
and the-
grass that way.
It
He
is-
smoked the
it's-
grass and then he sat on the
it
grass.
Not what
is-
happened.
This is big drugs behavior.
You can just
Yeah.
enjoy nature, guys.
The
You
medical
just do that.
marijuana strikes again.
Nice. Shout out, Nick. Oh, you should get some of that for your oblique.
I should.
Yeah.
Well, I should.
Is that legal yet in Nebraska?
Nope. They're
What?
still holding it up
That
right
was a
now.
fast answer.
Right now, I think they're arguing that people who have PTSD shouldn't have it.
Wow, tough look. By the way, Nick, at Big Drugs Guy is available on Twitter.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
If you're looking
Big
for
Also
How about-
surprising in 2025.
I couldn't believe it.
How
Yeah.
about big
Crazy.
drugs on a blanket guy?
Oh,
drugs on a blanket guy.
drugs on a blanket? Nick, that's like a album name.
It is, actually,
Drugs
yeah.
on a blanket. Man, I can imagine the cover right now. You got some people getting high. Drugs on a blanket. That
That's
should be
pretty
the
good.
name of a beer. If I was a
It would
brewer,
be a hazy IPA, probably.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course
it would have to be. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't name normal beers after.
Check
weird
that out,
things
man.
like
Hey,
that.
why'd you call it drugs on a blanket? I don't know. I really like it. Drugs on a blanket.
hell yeah.
It just sounded cool.
God, that does sound
No
cool.
reason
Yeah,
why.
the other problem, Nick, is you got bugs and stuff that crawl up on you when you're on the blanket on the
Ah.
grass.
I didn't have any bug problems
Well,
yesterday.
I guess the point of staying away from, if you're trying to stay away from the bugs, the blanket will help you in that regard, right?
Well, but not the bugs that are right next to it.
I didn't have any
Jumping
bug
off the
trouble
grass.
yesterday. I was fine.
Now I have a song in my head. Drugs on a blanket.
Nice.
Was that Nick last night?
I didn't do any drugs. I was just on the blanket,
Mm.
outside on the grass.
I don't think anyone's
The
ever just
freshly
been
mowed
on a
grass.
blanket on the grass.
There's been so many people who've just been on a blanket in the grass. That's just a
without
thing people do.
drugs.
Yes.
I actually was on a blanket
Yeah.
on Saturday at Haymarket Park, but that's because I was sitting in the area with no chairs.
I was on
Then that makes sense.
I
But
was
there
on
was
a
no
blanket
drugs.
with my daughter
Yeah.
on a
See,
outside on the
that's-
grass.
That's called a picnic.
No drugs involved.
Yeah, well,
We wanted her to just kind of explore the outside.
Yeah, how'd she do?
She's great. She loves
Did you
it.
put a sunscreen on her?
She's very curious. No, we took her on a walk last weekend, and we realized when we got home that
Uh-oh.
her little knees were the little tops of her knees
Oh,
were
God.
And
Oh,
I felt-
yikes.
I felt so bad for her.
Yeah, tough
that was
luck.
horrible
She's
parenting.
probably crying.
Yeah. No, she I mean, she was okay.
Yeah.
She was probably thinking to herself, man, I could sure use an absentee parent right now. When we got left out.
Go back to not being here, Dad.
When you were gone, I don't get sunburned. You come back, I get sunburned.
Get all these ideas and go
Mhm.
get sun.
Is she going to be one of us?
Yeah, I
One
think
of
so.
us.
You have
Was she-
ginger baby?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought John meant one of us is in the booth on Saturday.
No.
or Sunday.
One of us is in one of our people.
You should
I
get
know
her
what
a
you meant.
CWS credential.
Okay. We could probably make that happen.
I like when she gets her own
Oh,
credentials. I
this
think
will
that's
be
cute.
the first College World Series for your daughter.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Last year?
Yep. My
Wow.
first Father's Day.
Dude, congrats.
Oh,
Yeah,
but
that's
that's
right.
after the first Mother's Day, which is coming up this weekend.
That is on
It is.
Sunday.
People forget about that,
I have not forgot.
clearly.
Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't forget your moms this weekend.
I know what I'm
kids.
doing this weekend. I'm hanging out with my mom. To say Happy Mother's Day.
I thought she wanted. That's not much of a present. You should stay away from her if you want to give her a present.
Yeah.
I am the only son who lives in Omaha still.
You should get her
Happy
some
Mother's Day,
drugs on a
Mom. I
blanket.
got
And
you
she's
some
like,
of my
"Damn it!
cakes."
I'm 2 out of the old Meatloaf song. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Sorry, I wish it were 3 out of 3.
Sorry, Mom. We got to hang out. I'm coming over to see you.
Nice.
Yep.
You should get her
don't-
some drugs on a blanket.
I don't think my mom would be into the drugs on a blanket.
You
I
don't
don't think
so?
that's how she rolls.
You should at least take
Should
a
I
blanket
ask
with
her?
you. No, don't. I mean, don't do the drugs if you don't think she doesn't want to do them. But at least offer to take her outside in the backyard and sit on a blanket with her on the
Yeah,
grass.
just
Mom,
get a
have you ever-
blanket,
have
put
you
the blanket
ever
on the
thought-
grass, sit on the blanket,
Yeah,
or
have
lay
you-
on the blanket.
Have you
The
ever
world is your
thought
oyster.
about
I just want to lay on a blanket with my
going out to a blanket and just you by yourself. You got a little piece.
There's only one
then
tree in their backyard, not enough trees.
When she unfurls the blanket, she finds drugs.
Here's some acid, Mom.
What a great Mother's Day gift.
No, don't do acid. It's bad for your spine.
Maybe that's what she's into, Nick. I don't know. She's not. For the record, my mom is not into acid.
That's good.
I think that should be your challenge this weekend. Is you need to have
Acid?
a picture. No, have a picture with your mom laying on a blanket.
Everybody should just
or sitting on a blanket on the grass.
I think this weekend,
challenge.
If you are able
Blanket
to
challenge.
get a blanket, go to your backyard, and
Ice
just
blanket.
sit or lay on your blanket for a little bit.
All right. If people start tweeting at
If
us
they
with hashtag blanket challenge, I will do this tonight.
We already get the videos of people mowing and mower safety. And
That's true.
things like that. So that's great. We love that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But all of a sudden, if there's a flurry of tweets about blankets and lawns,
Yeah.
then it might have to be something.
There's just something about getting a blanket on a fresh cut lawn and sitting on it.
Really?
Or laying on it. It's nice. You can still smell the grass because it's recently cut.
Interesting.
You hear the birds.
I hear him at John's house.
I hear him at John's.
They're all over the place, man.
John,
They
now
ain't
that you
making
have that
much noise
Do you
today.
have live audio feed from your bird feeder?
No. Well, actually, no. It does have a microphone on it.
John, connect it to the tie line.
I cannot. It's
Well,
It's
you
a
can
Bluetooth.
access the camera through your computer, can't you?
Within screen share?
I cannot at the moment. I don't have the app.
Okay.
Oh.
This is all on the wife's phone. I suppose at some point. The thing is, though, they don't usually. The food gets put out in the morning, and they usually attack it shortly thereafter. Usually, it doesn't. There's not a lot of things out there in the afternoon.
We got a
Sounds
bird
like it
feeder
is.
that is like a clear plastic bird feeder, and we have it stuck on our window in our living room, so we'll just be chilling on the couch.
And birds will
And
be
you
there.
just see cardinals are really into that bird feeder for some reason. Seen a lot of cardinals
On a
lately.
window.
On a window.
And the birds just hang out.
Yeah.
And you like watching them.
They'll just I like watching birds.
Cool.
Chance writes, I'd lay on a blanket with Nick. Hashtag platonic pals.
Oh, thank you, Platonic
The
Pal.
Platonic Boys.
Yeah, I think Chance might be into the whole drugs on a blanket vibe as well.
No acid, Chance.
so
It's bad for you.
It's bad for your back or your
Okay.
spine.
what did
Your
you say,
spinal
Nick?
fluid.
Does acid...
It messes with your spinal fluid.
I'm just going to say, does acid... Oh, here we go. Does acid stay in your spinal fluid? Here we go. An answer from coniferpark.com.
Conifer, like the
Conifer Park?
Conifer.
Oh, I like trees.
Don't know what that is, but you know what?
Interesting.
It's the first search. LSD, often referred to as acid, does not enter the spinal cord after ingestion. Contrary to popular belief, LSD remains in the bloodstream and circulates through the body, affecting the brain and other organs, but does not get stored in the spinal cord.
I was wrong about acid.
Classic Nick.
Bad for your brain,
Well,
just not your spinal fluid.
Yeah, exactly. Because isn't acid the one where they say you, like, years later, you can get...
Yeah, which is why I thought it was the spinal fluid thing.
Nope, it's just chilling in your brain.
Either way, if you're going to do a psychedelic, maybe don't do acid.
Maybe don't do acid.
What if you learned that mushrooms were bad for your spinal fluid?
Then I wouldn't do mushrooms.
What if you learned that laying on a
Has
blanket
to,
on the
though.
grass is bad for your spinal fluid?
Yeah.
Oh, Nick.
Anything to protect Nick's spinal fluid.
You're getting close to 30.
I do
Watch
like
out
my
for that
spinal
spinal
fluid.
fluid.
Yeah,
man.
spinal fluid can be pretty bad.
Big fan of that spinal fluid.
Yeah, Mike writes, where is LSD Will? Yeah, we need LSD Will to chime in on
Yeah, where is
I bet
LSD
he's
Will?
laying on a blanket in the grass.
Oh, he's definitely getting
No.
some blanket time this weekend.
We got to check the last text here. from
Hashtag
LSD
blanket time.
Will.
That's what the hashtag should
Is
be.
there a way to
Can we do
search in
that?
there? No, I can't. I just... Wow. John, that microphone of yours is great because you can hear everything at your
yeah.
domicile.
I don't know. Not sure. I sounded like a motorcycle. Not really
Stips
sure.
writes, have
I
we
did
not...
find it. by
Oh,
the way,
when's
Joe.
the last time he texted?
LSD Will last texted yesterday at
Thank you, John.
just shy of 2:00.
Oh, he's alive.
What's for hashtag what's space for space dinner? Unless you are trying to peel wallpaper or impress the neighbor's dogs, eat Brussels sprouts and baked beans at the same meal.
What on earth?
What were we talking about yesterday
I
at
do-
1:55?
I like Brussels sprouts.
I love Brussels sprouts.
They're great.
They're super.
We didn't mention anything about food
I can
yesterday.
go hit or
We-
miss
we
on
were
beans.
poping. We were poping
Yeah,
yesterday.
we were
Yeah.
Pope
Big
boys.
Pope overreaction.
It's Pope
Yeah.
talk.
Stips writes, have we not talked about Nick going to the Ren Fair tomorrow?
Ren Festival.
What's that?
Renaissance Festival.
Oh, Ren is what we're calling it.
That's what Nick calls it.
I mean, that's what most
These
people call
these
it.
are the nerds that take their little role playing Dungeons and Dragons and actually try to play it out in real life.
I've
with
never
blankets.
been to
LARPing.
one before. I've never been to one before. My fiance is being very cool about it, and she's like, "Sure, I'll go with you."
Wow.
I just want to go.
That is true love.
I just
right
want to
there.
experience it. I won't bring a blanket,
or she's using this as an experiment to see, do I really think this is the guy that's in my future?
Oh, maybe she'll call it off.
Oh, I hope not.
Hey,
It's a
so
bummer. for
are you going for the purpose of why do you want to go? Why are you attracted to this?
I think it is interesting.
Excellent question, Happer.
I think it's interesting. I've always wanted to go to one. I see it in cartoons and stuff all the time growing up.
LARPing?
You don't have to LARP. That's the thing. Like,
Oh.
you can dress up. I'm going to dress up, but I'm not going to pretend to be anything.
What are you gonna?
Oh, what are we dressing up
yeah,
as?
what are you wearing?
I thought it would be a really funny bit to go as like a peasant, and then while I'm there, collect gear. If I want to
Gear?
spend the money, like
Gear?
Are you going to?
Sword or
Are
something.
you going to make fun of the people?
No, I'm just going.
Are you going to bully them?
No,
Remember when Nick got mad at us for wanting to bring on the concert goers and ask them
Oh,
NFL-related
yeah.
questions?
Yes, I do.
Which was
that was
a
weird.
completely innocent thing.
Yes.
Yeah, and now Nick is doing the same thing to these Ren
that's
Fair
not what I'm
folks.
doing though. I want to go.
Hmm.
I'm one of these folks. I've
Well,
just never
those
been.
people wanted to be at our station. We just thought we would ask them a few questions. We were curious.
Just asking questions, Nick.
About
Yeah.
JAQ,
What was
Jack.
the band? Limp Bizkit?
Is that what it was?
No, it was Papa.
No,
Roach.
yeah, it's Papa Roach.
Sorry, same
Yeah.
thing in my mind.
Cut my life into
Yeah,
pieces.
those guys.
Yeah.
Same thing in my mind. Just like Twister and Jurassic Park.
So
Same
wild.
movie.
So wild.
insane.
Where is this Nerdapalooza?
Bellevue Berry Farm, and I can say that because they advertise.
Oh, it's the Bellevue Berry Farm. Yes, I've heard this. I've heard this on the somebody does a
Hmm.
who did a British accent.
I think it was Ed. Ed loves to do.
Ed loves accents.
Whenever Ed can do a British accent, he's doing it.
Oi.
Huzzah!
He does say,
he's-
is that the Berry
Yeah.
Farms commercial?
Yeah.
he
Yes.
says huzzah like in his regular everyday life.
Yes,
And
it's
I think he's
pretty much his go-to.
Yeah.
Poll question: are you a big huzzah guy?
That put that
Ed
one
would
out
vote
there.
yes.
He would
Yes.
vote yes.
Uh-huh.
It's yeah. I've also
That's
heard
the
this.
okie dokie of Ed.
It's several weeks long, right? Is this the final weekend?
No, this is the second weekend, but each weekend is like a different theme, so it's not just the same thing over and over. Like the first one, I think it was the classic, like there was jousting and stuff, which I kind of wanted to go to, but I didn't make that.
Okay.
This weekend, I think it's supposed to be like a Scottish Celtic kind of vibe.
Yeah. And
Like
then what's
Bagpipes.
next weekend?
I don't know. I'm not going to be there next weekend. I wasn't paying attention.
How come?
How come I'm not going to be there next weekend? I'm busy. It's a busy month for me.
Is it? What's going on next
Mm.
weekend?
Yeah, what's going on next weekend?
Let's see, next
Are
weekend.
you guys starting to scout venues?
Oh, yeah.
Look at this. Isn't it wild? You get engaged and immediately you just got to go all in
It
on wedding
happened
planning.
so much faster than I thought it would,
Oh,
too.
no, it's immediate.
It's like within a day, she's like, all right, here's a bunch of venues. Here's a bunch of ideas. I'm like, oh, geez. Okay.
They're already looking at the guest list. They're checking it twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's naughty and nice?
Mhm.
Gonna find out.
You're gonna find out.
You're not going to do a Renaissance fair themed wedding, are you?
I am now, John.
That'd be pretty funny.
You should
Well,
do
make
a-
sure you schedule it for the middle of June then.
I need to
Wow.
do that though.
You
I
get
do
to
the-
do that.
I need to do the College
Nick,
World
is this going to
Series.
be your fourth year producing the College World Series?
Yes, it will.
Wow. That's awesome. I taught him all the good stuff he got.
You
it from me.
produced the College World Series.
I produced it for 3 years.
You worked.
Wow. So
Yes,
this-
believe it or not, there is photography. Problem is, something happened to Josh when he was producing a College World Series, and he's never come back.
Oh,
Yeah,
something bad.
but it's all for the better now.
Something happened to me.
So with this being my fourth year producing the College World Series, that means I would have officially had more experience doing something than you, Josh.
Nice. Well, you've also been a
Whoa.
producer longer than I was too.
It's
A
true.
regular producer.
I've almost worked here for 10 years
God.
in this building.
Wow. The last time Josh likes to come upstairs and hang out for some days during the College World Series. and we like to just
Yeah.
sit there.
Well-
and then a couple of years ago, he wrote that great Bible verse on the wall that we all really love.
An extremely apt Bible verse.
Yeah, what is it again? I have it in my phone somewhere.
Yeah,
Something about woe are these wicked souls.
It's
forced
on a.
to live
It
or
was on a
something.
sticky note. We planted.
It was like a random thing. You asked me to just name something, and I named something, and then you looked it up.
And
it was
it
like,
ended
it's
up
perfect.
being the perfect Bible verse. Was
I
that
got it right here. It's oh nope, I saw a different picture of a sticky note.
Was that
Why
from
did I have that?
2023? Is that when it was?
I want to say it was either 2022
remember.
or 2023.
All right, I'm not finding anything for 23, so I'll go look for 2022. Gosh, that was
Here
was,
it is. Yep, 2022.
All
Ready?
right, yeah, give it to me.
Romans 7:24. What a wretched man I am. Who will rescue me from this body that is subject to death?
Incredible, and that was an accident.
And it
It
hung
was
on the
just
wall.
a random phrase.
Oh, I see what John meant. I see.
Yeah.
His
Yes.
dibs.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes, that did happen.
I figured
yeah.
you knew about that.
No. Yeah.
you
Kinda
He's
pushed a lot
flushed
of that
it.
stuff out of
He's
my
flushed
mind.
it. It's gone.
I was like, did I meet Bo Pelini there? Like, what happened?
No, worse.
Hodson says I tried to give him a day off. They told me no. Is this true? I don't get one day off. That was my only request. I said, can I just have Monday?
We don't get one day off.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you don't
no
want
one-
a day off. None
And
of
you
want,
do?
want one day off.
Well, you
Wow.
don't want to work.
I asked for one day. One
Sorry.
day.
Some of
off.
us loved being involved in the Men's College World Series.
Interesting. You cry about it the whole time. Well, you don't, but John does.
Mm-mm.
No,
loves
I
it.
only cry about the people that don't work it.
And
John's gonna
Beach
love
ball.
it so much this year.
Yes, he is.
Now that he's
He's going to
injured.
root for extra innings games.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh,
Let's not
okay.
be ridiculous.
John, are you gonna have a beard and like a handlebar mustache at the College
I have
World
no
Series?
idea what's
Brother.
going to. I'm just hoping I
John,
have a
don't say
better
the other
cast
word.
by then.
Curtis says, is this fair like Monty Python movies? People using halved coconuts to make horse sounds. and
I
whatnot?
don't know. I've never been.
Probably. It's probably.
I mean, I'm
like
sure
that.
there's going to be some people who are super into it, and I think there's going to be other people like me who are just there for the vibes. Want to check it out?
Maybe. Are there food trucks?
I don't know. I know they have like food there. Like the commercial mentioned turkey legs. I'm going to get a turkey leg.
You're gonna get a turkey leg.
Yep.
Cool.
Well, have fun.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have a great time.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see what I see.
Put out your
Excited to see
blankets.
what you see.
You know, Nick, if you wanted to, you could borrow Connor's little dingle dongle thing and take video.
Oh,
Make
the
it a
gizmo.
video thing.
I can't
Dingle
bring
dongle.
John, they didn't have gizmos back then, though. That wouldn't make any sense.
They didn't have people named Nick Grimm there who will be wearing glasses back then either.
I mean, they probably. I mean, Grimm is a German last name. That was probably. there was
So
some
you're going to
Grimms
go without
flying
your
around.
glasses?
Under
How are
his
you going to
again.
get there? By horseback or are you going to walk?
Obviously, I'm going to get there on horseback, John.
Sorry, we have to move on because LSD Will is texted.
Oh, welcome back,
He's
Will.
back, folks.
Came up with my best idea high on a blanket.
Oh,
Round-sized hot dogs. Round bun-sized hot dogs. And then he just adds
So he's talking about hot dog patties.
hot dog patties.
so like a
So
brown
in other
patty,
words-
but a hot dog.
You know what that is? Baloney.
Yeah.
That's true.
That is literally
actually.
baloney.
Yeah.
LSD
But it needs to be thicker than.
Yeah, like a
Well, you can cut the baloney thicker.
I guess that's true.
Did
You just get the chub of baloney, and you can cut it as thick as you want. That's what they call it. Don't look at me. I didn't make up the names. Get a chub of baloney and cut it that way.
get a chub of baloney.
Get a chub of baloney.
I've never heard that. That's hilarious.
You're right.
There was one more text that he sent. By the way, bad mushroom hunting so far this season.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
that's not
Will.
good.
Well,
bad.
we've only had. I mean, we need the right conditions, nice and wet, like kind of rain. Really humid.
Oh, is
like
that what you
conditions.
need to get mushrooms?
Can't believe LSD Will invented baloney when he was high on a blanket.
That's awesome.
I don't think that I would want a hamburger hot dog.
No, that sounds terrible. I barely like
You
brat
don't like a
patties.
bologna sandwich?
You don't like brat patties?
Not really.
Oh, I love those. Look good.
Brat patties are good,
brat
too.
bun is tasty.
No, it's one of those things where
God,
like
now I want to stop by the store and get some brat buns.
I
tonight.
kind of had brat patties a lot growing up.
No,
You did?
I understand that.
Yeah.
Huh. Sounds good to me.
But if you have it so much, like I remember my mom telling me that she had
Sure.
chicken a lot as a kid, and at
Chicken.
one point she was like burnt out on chicken, which
Mm.
is like the saddest thing you could be burnt out on.
Chicken is so versatile.
Yeah.
Even normal brats for me, it's a very once in a while thing.
Wow, I
Yeah.
love brats.
I would rather
Interesting.
just have if I have a patty in a bun, I would rather just be
What was
beef.
so popular that you had brats all the time?
It wasn't necessarily popular. It was just my dad and we would hang out at his friend's house a lot, and his friend and their wife had a bunch of brat patties. And
I mean, you must have hung out there a lot to get sick of brats.
We did.
Wow.
We hung out there
Okay.
a lot.
Okay.
My dad's best friend.
Okay.
Oh my God.
We got a photoshopped photo of Nick with the biggest doobie of all time.
I've received this email.
Under a blanket.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mike.
Am I
Wow.
on this? Do
Nick,
I
you
get to
look
see this?
high as a kite.
Yeah, Nick, you look like you're sleepy.
There's but one cloud in the sky.
Yeah. Also, you're very small.
I hope I'm wearing
With a
sunscreen.
huge head.
You look like a baby on a blanket
with a huge.
and the doobie.
Just make sure you put sunscreen on the
It's a
exposed
body
knees.
size
I can't
doobie.
even see. Can you send this to me?
Yes,
I can't see it.
we can put it up. We should probably put it up on the stream.
I think
maybe.
so.
Yeah.
I think so. You're gonna post it there.
Yeah, I
Happer?
can
All
get it
Happer
there.
will get it up.
I don't like bologna either.
Bologna
I've
sucks.
been out on bologna forever.
Yeah, bologna's a kid's food.
I've never
It's for
eaten
children.
bologna. Even when I was a kid, I've never eaten bologna.
It's
And I'm like,
ass.
I like this.
But it's funny. I
So-
like hot dogs. Am I learning though that I don't like cold? I mean, I don't eat cold hot dogs, so maybe that's it.
Wow, I look very pixelated. Also, don't have
He
legs.
definitely looks high. And why are you wearing a pair of headsets?
I like to listen to music, John.
but also talk.
But also talk. So I can hear myself singing to the
That
music.
is one big doobie.
That is.
John, he is stoned out of his mind.
He is.
He doesn't
Look
know
at
be
that.
size. Are you kidding?
Holy moly.
I found the Windows screensaver.
He's so stoned that marijuana got into his spinal fluid.
Yeah, you're so stoned that you turned into a baby.
Yes.
I hope my dad doesn't leave me for baseball games.
Oh, that's sad.
By the way, you have a very large backyard. I mean,
Thank you.
You can't even see what's on the horizon. It's
Can
so
you believe
big.
that I used the lid machine and mowed that whole thing?
Wow,
it's
good
great.
on you.
It's
Why
a
are
great
your
mower.
now? Here's my question, Nick. That is it's a real photo of you. Why are your eyes closed in the real photo?
I don't know if they're closed or if it's just so pixelated they look closed. That
They look
looks like
pretty
it's
damn
from-
close to me.
That looks like a picture from the College World Series. Like when I was producing, and our
It
photographer guy that would just take pictures
Oh,
of everything.
the tiny baby photog.
I think he took that.
Yep.
His eyes definitely look closed.
Makes sense why you look like a baby.
Mhm.
In
That would explain
Wow.
the one time where we didn't take that break in the fifth inning once.
Nick.
I fell asleep.
Make
Nick, wake up!
I was sleepy. I was thinking about being on a blanket on the grass.
Let's make sure that the commercials air at the proper speed this
I think
year.
we're good
That'd be
on
nice.
that one.
Be an improvement.
I don't know. If
People,
I got a
people
doobie
don't
that size.
talk about how Connor Happer saved the College World
You
Series.
did, Happer. You did.
At one time.
You did.
It would have. It should go down in the history books.
It should.
Otherwise, we'd still be there because it would still be open, would still be going. And now from the
God, it sounded so weird.
It was wild.
Yep.
It sounded like you had smoked that doobie that was in that picture with
It
me.
sounded
No.
like you smoked a giant doobie.
Jeb.
Mm.
All right, well, we got to run. Connor's got to get to the ballpark.
Wow.
A huge series. I'll be listening.
I cannot wait, John. We will miss you.
You got the big game feel
I
still?
will miss it too.
We'll
I
see
miss
you
it.
tomorrow. Big game
We'll
feelings.
be there tomorrow.
All up in my tum tum right now.
Yep.
And my
Won't be-
oblique.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's why he's feeling it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete in repair in Omaha. Everlevelconcrete.com. A one beer Friday commences on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7.
That charming aroma wafting through the old market? Oh yes, that's Chivo Vino. While your kitchen spaghetti might be a classic, your taste buds deserve a symphony. Indulge in the joy of savoring life one delightful meal at a time. With our warm, friendly environment, every bite feels like a mini vacation. And with warmer weather, you can't beat our outdoor patio. So before you settle for ordinary, visit
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
How do we make the bad people stop doing dumb things?
Maybe they need to sit on a blanket in the grass.
Maybe
they do.
Maybe they need to sit on a blanket in the grass.
Or maybe be smothered in the blanket.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
This is the Grum as we have reached the finale of the week. And what a week it has been. What a week it has been. We've got Cleveland and Boston down 0-2 in their respective playoff series. The hockey is still hockeying. Creighton's giving thumbs downs. Jordy Ball is doing Jordy Ball things. We got a new pope.
The Rockies have scored a total of 3 runs over the last 2 days.
The Rockies have scored a total of 3 runs in the last 2 days. So many things to happen. I mean, history is going to remember this week. You're going to remember where you were when you experienced this week.
Where were you?
Josh's silence, of course, means that he completely agrees with everything that has just come out of my mouth.
Definitely. That's how I always feel about everything
even the thing
say.
he said about Hulk Hogan?
I would never agree with that, Nick. I just have takes on newspapers.
I don't remember. The only person that said anything about Hulk
Brother
Hogan was Tom Brady. He said he was the best wrestler of all time. Again, it shows you how much Tom Brady was paying attention. But welcome to the Grum. It's brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people.
Sup?
And I hope everyone has had a chance to enjoy this wonderful day, or if not, you get out and do that because it is glorious. Because remember, after these next few days, then it's going to get nasty hot, and that won't get any better. So this is it, the San Diego of the Plains. Enjoy it now while it still lasts. The Grum Down is brought to you by, and today was not a voice-to-text.
Are you typing
Grum Down.
again, John?
I typed this in with one hand.
Is it because of the pun that you did with softball? Because if you would have typed that out, it wouldn't have done, or B1G.
No, honestly, no.
Yeah.
The reason why I typed it out was I was sitting. Oops, sorry.
Spoiler alert.
Whoa.
I was sitting out on the deck, and
nice.
Not
just
a blanket in the grass.
No, not a blanket in the grass. It was a chair on my deck. The idea of doing voice to text when you're out there in the middle of your neighborhood, it sounds and looks dumb. So I said, you know what? I'm turning off voice to text. I'm just going to one hand this and slowly but surely type it in.
And you got it. You did a great job.
With one hand. Gosh dang it. Why does it keep switching?
Whoa.
Are you clicking the mouse?
I'm not clicking the mouse. It's acting up on me.
Okay.
The Big Ten. Today we ruin college football playoff. Tomorrow the world. The SEC. Can we help?
Oh, they can help, all right. There's a lot of handshake memes.
Does all of this nonsense make you less inclined to watch? We're talking all the nonsense.
The nonsense. That is not. Yes, this is not college football playoff expansion. This is
the
everything.
nonsense coming from all sides.
We'll explain a little bit more later on, but yeah, this is the question that we're asking is everything that is happening. And I have another question along those lines that we can ask as well.
Jack Mitchell will join us here in a few minutes.
Nice.
Big Ten softball, the every woman of the year.
Look at the pun, folks. Look at the pun.
I'm surprised. I mean, come on. 30 years ago is when they created the knee basketball, which then later became Nebrasketball. And Nebraska softball hasn't changed their thing to softball, as in Jordy Ball.
Well, they probably didn't want the implication that it sounds like you're actually calling her soft instead of just trying to make the play on words.
Well, no, I think everyone who would be there and would understand would go, oh, I get it, because she's the best player in the country, and her name is Ball, but it's spelled differently, thus we say softball. It's going to be an emotional weekend, but a big one for the Jays. Don't tell Draymond he's angry. Is Belly's main squeeze banned or not? I'm expecting more statements before the end of the day. And it is a One Beer Friday, which means it's also predictions.
Also,
all of that and more. Also what?
We're going to talk some college football because Josh is a sicko.
Ralph Russo, baby.
Uh-huh.
On the
I
Grum.
forgot about Ralph. Jeez.
Joining
I typed
us
it all in and I forgot him.
At 4:30.
Yes,
on
Ralph
today's
Russo of the
show.
Athletic. Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
I should have just done voice to text, I guess. 402-951-1620, the all-new Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You know, a $100 gift card is going out each week courtesy of Prairie Flower Casino.
Nick, when are we doing that? Oh, sorry, John.
I don't know. But you can enter 1620thezone.com. Just enter. And I think all you have to do is enter once, and then you're in a drawing.
It's just
right?
all
I think.
online.
I don't know.
All online.
It's all online, but you don't have to enter for every week. Is that right?
I don't know. You can try.
I guess someone needs to get back to me on that. But just enter, okay? Go to 1620zone.com, enter. I mean, it's $100. It's free. Not going to cost you anything. Not going to cost you a thing. You can also tweet at us at USC1620.
Please do.
Construction Zone Twitter page and the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com at Equitable. We take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. Yeah, our playoff, she may be a changing, and not for good.
Are we diving right in already?
Well, I mean, we are coming up on Jack's time. We don't want to impede. I suppose we can get into it with him.
Yeah. I have a lot of takes on this.
No, we got takes.
I have a lot of takes on this.
We got takes.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we can get into that and what other unnecessary, nonsensical things with Jack Mitchell.
Okay.
Our now new Friday regular guests.
Yeah, we're still getting used to this, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's getting there.
Yeah.
I'm still not used to Michael on Mondays, too, yet.
You're not into Michael Mondays?
I'm into it. I'm not used to it.
He's just not used to it.
Okay. All right.
It happens.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll discuss those and other things coming up. It's a Friday, so, hey, make it a great one.
Yeah.
It's the start of the weekend.
It's a One Beer Friday, baby.
Whoa, share what you're drinking with us. Hashtag One Beer Friday.
Did you bring in beers today, Nick?
Nope.
Oh.
Sorry.
We got old beers in the fridge.
I'm drinking my purple drink.
We got old beers in the fridge.
I like beer.
All right. We'll figure it out.
You guys will figure that out. You all figure out what you're going to do, but just make sure that you're figuring out includes us. 1620 The Zone.
and Stephen berries. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT.
Ham is the water of meats.
Ham the water of meats.
Ham is the water of meats.
So the Big Ten and the SEC, the two conferences bent on destroying everything that we love about college athletics, have announced, or not announced, but they seem to be in lockstep in creating a 16-team college football playoff when the bracket will change next year, not this year, next year. And it will include, according to Ross Dellinger, at least what they're talking about right now, is the Big Ten's incepidly stupid idea of having automatic qualifiers, giving 4 to the Big Ten, 4 to the SEC, 2 to the Big 12, 2 to the ACC, 1 to the group of 5, 1 maybe for Notre Dame if they're good enough, and then a bunch of at-larges or whatever's left. I guess it would be 3. And that was reported today by Ross Dellinger. Like there's momentum towards this. So as we bring in our friend Jack Mitchell from KLIN, you guffawed there a moment ago. Did something funny happen?
No, it's no. I mean, yes, but no.
Okay. That makes absolutely no sense.
Have
you been taking the mushrooms that Nick's been taking?
You've been sitting on a blanket in your backyard today,
Yeah.
Jack?
About to get naked, so I think so.
Wow, Nick didn't even do that last night. Or did he? No. Okay.
I heard the guys that they found in Omaha. They found 2 guys on Easter weekend naked, and they had bought what they thought was just some, family style Delta 8 products. And
what was it?
Turns out they had some hallucinogenic mushrooms in them, which are illegal. And they ended up naked, completely separate dudes, not together, naked and in kind of a weird place. And so the store in question has been alleged of doing some sales of illegal products. So there's your Omaha area illicit drug sale update from Jack Mitchell.
The day.
Well, I'm sure that'll be above the fold on the front page of the Omaha World Herald.
Do you know about this, Jack? Real quick. Sorry, John. Do you know about that, Jack? Do you know about the World Herald thing?
I don't know. It's just surprising.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just send you a tweet, John. We can dive into the.
I think maybe I have an idea what you're talking about. I think I know generally what I've seen. I think what you're referencing, but I don't know the depth of the.
Well, now that we've confused everybody, we'll go back to the
You don't even know the beginning of it. Anyway.
So we haven't really talked about this with you, the playoff format and the automatic bids. At least I don't think we have. Are you a fan of this?
Of the new playoffs? Sorry, you paused out.
The automatic bids. The Big Ten automatically getting 4 no matter what. The SEC getting 4 no matter what.
No, not in principle. I mean, I guess I want to see what the plan looks like, and I know it came out, and I haven't had a chance to really delve into it yet today. But no, in principle, no, not at all. Don't like that at all. And my team is in the Big Ten. Can you imagine if you weren't in one of those conferences, how much you would think this stinks?
Yeah. I don't understand, Jack, beyond just the power grab of, it's nice to have power and it's nice to have automatic berths. You do any research into what this would look like in previous years, and the Big Ten and the SEC, most seasons are already getting this exact number of teams into the playoff, which is the part that, and like John and I have done so many rants about this, and so I'm trying to figure out a way to not repeat myself today when we dive into it. But I don't understand why they are throwing away non-conference season. And is that why, John and Jack, I guess I'll ask both of you, is that why they're moving to 16 teams? Because there was so much pushback and criticism about 14, where at least with 16, you're going to have more at-larges. And so in theory, the non-conference season is going to matter, I think, if I try to talk myself into it.
Maybe, but I mean, most of those at-larges are going to go to those same conferences, right?
Correct. But at least they'd have to, if it comes down to non-conference scheduling.
I guess I suppose it could be that.
And again, I'm just trying to find a reason for it. But
right. I mean, because there is no good reason outside of, well, we can because we are. That's the only good reason for it. Because now they're going to create these stupid play-in games where you'll have the 3 versus the 6 and the 4 versus the 5 in the Big Ten Conference. So if this were to be last year, that means Penn State would have played Iowa and Ohio State would have played Illinois for the right to get one of the 4 bids. That's how it would have worked. Now, can you imagine? That means Ohio State, the team that eventually went on to win the national championship, if that scenario had been in play last year, would have had to play an extra game. What are their odds of still making the conference, still making the final, still winning it all? I dare say they would have gone down. I don't know if they would have gone all the way down, but they would have gone down. But you're creating more playoffs for more playoffs. It's ridiculous.
I'm just again, so 14 or 16. And
because right now it sounds like 16 is the number. They like 16.
Okay.
And so 4 would go to the Big Ten, 4 would go to the SEC, 2 each to the ACC and the Big 12. So you're talking, there's 12 teams right there.
1 to a G5.
1 to a G5. There's 13.
3 wild cards.
Then 3 wild cards. One of them would probably be reserved for Notre Dame if they were made some kind of criteria like top 12, 14, whatever.
Honestly, like my biggest problem is that there would definitely be some years where that if you had that many teams that is, you would get that many from the SEC and Big Ten. But I think that takes, to me, almost a little fun out of the idea of this 16-team playoff that I actually, there's some things that would be exciting about it, but like these automatic conference qualifiers take out a bunch of the fun of the whole process, in my opinion. There's other arguments too, of course, that it dilutes it, takes away the importance of the regular season, unfair to the other conferences. Those are all legitimate too, but like locking the top 4 teams in, it takes away the race for the spots in some ways. It just makes it, I don't know. Like and again, it is SEC and Big Ten are doing it to protect their own hides, but boy, you're going to have to it is a hard case to make to me that's in anyone's best interest, but just the dollars and the cents of the Big Ten and SEC.
Let me throw out a scenario here, because I just mentioned, because the part of the idea, and this is all Dellinger's reporting, the Big Ten would create play-in games. So 3 versus 6, 4 versus 5. The winners of those games, those would be on the same weekend as the conference championship.
They'd be playing for the 4th seed.
They'd be playing for the 3rd and the 4th seed or whatever. They'd be playing for automatic qualification. So imagine in the scenario I'll paint out from last year, it would have been Penn State the 3 versus Iowa the 6. Let's pretend, for argument's sake, that Iowa already had a pretty good resume and would probably get an at-large. But then they play this extra game, and Penn State blows them out, just wipes them out, and Iowa ends up losing out because they played an extra game. They got crushed by another team. I think you're defeating your own purpose here by having these stupid play-in games, because you might be costing yourself one of those at-larges that, could be going to either both or one of them going to your conference. I don't think they're seeing this right.
It's the same argument as the conference championship games, John, that I've always hated.
Back when it was the 4-team playoff, but now it's 16. You're almost guaranteed whoever loses your conference championship is going to get an at-large.
Yeah, probably, but like the Clemson SMU thing. I mean, I know it's a different conference, but that wasn't guaranteed. That, I mean, you could have a scenario. You can see a scenario where, or has been at least in the past, where in a conference championship it could actually hurt a team that would have otherwise been an at-large. In some. All I'm pointing out is that it's a similar. I'm not disagreeing with your argument necessarily,
but we're creating 2 more layers where you could kill your own
Well, you know what, John? If you're going to do this, just get rid. Then don't let those conferences have at-larges. Then is how to do it, right?
Yeah, no way in hell they would agree to that.
I know, but honestly, that would fix the problem you're talking about, right? All it is just adding another round of the tournament is what it is. And part of what I've always said is the conference tournament weekend, the conference championship weekend should be, a part of the playoff, essentially, which is kind of what they're doing to some degree. But the problem, to your point, is, but if you have at-larges, it's double elimination for some of those teams, maybe.
Yeah.
Correct.
In a way, Jack, the better idea would almost be to just rip the Band-Aid off and expand to 24 and just say, look, if you want to have these weird No, John, I'm saying for what they're doing with these weird play-ins, if you want to do that and just make it a 2014 playoff and be done with it instead of adding all these weird extra layers. Now, I'm not pining for 24.
I know you're not.
No, pining for 24.
Just add in the play-ins for everyone, for all of the spots, right? This conference gets X in, this conference gets X in, this conference gets X in.
And let's continue to make our regular season even more meaningless.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing. Like, I thought, and I would make the argument that last year's regular season, even in an expanded era, was still very, very valuable. I thought the conference championship games in the big leagues meant less, but certainly in the ACC, it meant everything because Clemson with a loss is not making the playoff. But we are getting very close to the concern that people have had in this sport for years, and that is the regular season being rendered less because of the expanded playoff. And how they are doing things with auto bursts is, it's not even unintended consequences because we're all seeing it for what it is. Like collectives came into existence and it was like, whoa, I wish I would have thought of that a couple of years ago. I can predict exactly what this is going to mean in college football over the next few years, and I don't think we're going to like a lot of the ramifications for it.
I don't know. I'm still holding my own horses. That's an odd expression. I'm holding my horses on overreacting on devaluing the regular season because, Josh, I thought that's what last year was going to feel like, and I thought it was better than I expected. For a few reasons last year going into the play, like I thought it was good. I think you agreed with me too, right?
Last year's regular season was awesome.
On balance, the playoffs
I didn't think that it was going to. I thought it was going to be better than most regular seasons.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't concerned about it,
and so I don't know that this is. I mean, I guess it might step a little way in that direction, but I'm more concerned that it just waters down the playoff and the scenario John's talking about. Like, I like the idea, honestly, of those other games on championship weekend. I just want the teams, once they lose, eliminated. I want them to be do or die games. That's all I want. In all of them. In fact, frankly, just seed the conference, right? Like 1 through 6, and have 1 play 6 and 2 play 5 and 3 play 4. Then instead of having a conference championship, but
then what would the point be of 1 playing 6? What would that point?
It's basically a playoff round, right?
See, you can just expand it to 24 then if you're going to do that.
You could technically say you're not expanding it to 24, but you are. But you don't even have to put you get in the bracket then, right? These teams win. I mean, if you're going to start doing quotas of teams, you've got to start considering this, right? I don't want to do quotas of teams, by the way. But once
nobody in their right mind wants to do it. That's what I meant, right mind.
Is there honestly, guys, have you heard from anyone today? And I don't know how much you've heard from listeners. Have you heard from anyone, Nebraska fans, Iowa fans, Big Ten fans who are like, yes, right? I love this.
No.
Nobody.
The fans hate it.
The closest anyone, Jack, will come to agreeing with this is just saying John and I are overreacting, but no one ever defends it.
No.
They just are critical of us being critical of it, but no one has ever actually, I do like this.
It is akin to the NCAA basketball tournament expanding. Nobody thinks it's a good idea. It is such a cash grab and nothing else. Nobody feels like it makes the sport better. It's full financial self-interest. But like that goes for, that's, you got to do it now, or they feel like they've got to do it right now. That's what drives the sport more than the spirit of what's best for the fans and the entertainment value and those sorts of things.
I have witnessed far fewer angry Nebraska baseball tweets this season. Now, maybe I'm just not looking hard enough, but
go check Happer's mentions.
Well, okay, Happer's mentioned.
Yeah.
me,
When did Happer become such a Creighton baseball hype man? Is this a new thing, or did I miss this?
I mean, he literally works on the broadcast.
Yeah, he calls games. He's called games now the last couple of years.
They didn't do that before?
No, it's a recent thing.
Last year was his first year. Yeah.
Is he getting paid to be extra excited for them, or what's happening here?
Does he get paid by the tweet?
Well, yeah, does he get paid by the level of enthusiasm?
Well, why don't you call Ben McLaughlin and ask him why is he such a hype man for Nebraska baseball?
Well, he's been doing the games for 15 years or something.
Well, what difference does it make if you've done it for 1 or done it for 10?
Well, I didn't really know. Do they even do all the games? Is he on it? Is he a in-stadium MC? What's happening here? I don't know. Listen, I'm not
Connor
familiar.
and I do the games together. Yes.
Really?
Connor and I do the games
You
together.
don't say. I had no idea. Sorry. I don't get a chance to listen to those often much. Anyhow, what was the question?
Obviously, you're more angry at Connor being a Creighton baseball hype person than you are at the state of Nebraska baseball right now. I just haven't noticed as many frustration tweets about the program than I would have expected, especially given where they ended last year and what they were hoping to do this year.
I feel like the people I know who are into Nebraska baseball are very frustrated. I don't know if they're expressing it on Twitter, but there's a real I feel a real sense of frustration around the program and the inconsistencies, shall we say, right? And that Creighton game was just a microcosm of so much that it feels like right now, with what's ailing the program. And then still the ability to go out and get wins, look great at multiple times throughout the year, and then just not being able to do it against lower Big Ten teams. Minnesota comes in on a Friday night and beats them. Northwestern comes in on a Friday night and beats them. Creighton and UNO have had their number. So it's just really inconsistent. And that game was, like I said, a microcosm. And it's like every time you can barely get your couch cushion is barely warm for your butt if you ever sit down to watch one of those Nebraska Creighton games before Creighton's got 3 runs on the board every dang time. It's unbelievable how quickly that happens. And then here comes the Connor Happer tweet brigade. And here we go.
Maybe Connor's just doing to you what you like to do with basketball. Maybe you guys are like yin and yang. You're like bizarro world. Yeah,
right, but
yeah.
I've been doing mine since 1986. Or since
You've been tweeting since 1986.
Yeah, I did. I had an early version of it that I had access to. You should go find some of the tweets.
Probably did it on your Etch-a-Sketch. Yeah,
right. They're like, man, I know that George H.W. Bush said no new taxes, but I don't know if I believe it. Hashtag taxes.
Right. Sure.
Hashtag politics.
Stick to sports, please, Jack.
I didn't realize this triggered you so much that he's still young at this.
Pepper says, "Wow, even Jack is triggered by me."
I think everyone's a little taken aback by it. It's just we're taken aback by it. That's all I can say.
We're taking. Who's we? Who's the we?
I think he referenced many people who are being triggered by it.
There are many people. Jack, speaking of triggered, Matt writes, "Does Jack have a normal talking voice, or is it always whiny?"
Wow.
Yeah. Everyone's triggered.
Let's me and Matt have a contest and see who can get a career in talking for the longest. Matt,
hey, you know what?
Ball's in your court. You're 18. You're 18 years behind. Go.
Jack,
Jack is big on seniority today. That's what I've learned. He's big on seniority. Big seniority.
Jack, this is reminding me of a tweet that actually you sent earlier today that I planned on asking you about. When you tweeted, so it was a quote, John, about the news, quote tweet of the news that the Pope is a White Sox fan. And Jack said, it's nice to finally be able to talk crap to the Pope and not have to translate it back to the original Latin first. My question, Jack, is, has this been a lifelong dream for you to talk crap to a Pope?
I mean, it doesn't really work when you have to explain jokes, but I don't know. It just seemed funny to me.
I mean, I did laugh.
I mean, Josh Hodson liked it, so it must have been funny.
Yeah, it was funny. I thought it was funny. I'm just wondering if you've wanted to talk crap to a pope for a while, apparently.
It just doesn't seem like, it's like, hey, it's funny thing to say, right? You don't talk crap to a pope, right? A pope's, I mean, read the line before it. I was like, hey, suck it. The Royals beat the White Sox 4 in a row. Take that, His Holiness, hey, I'll be here all night, right? That's kind of funny. That's funny.
I laughed. That was funny.
Thanks. Well, I can tell you liked it.
I'm gonna go like it right now, Jack, just for you.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Cool. Glad you liked it.
Cool. Glad you liked it.
Great. Awesome. All right. Well, enjoy the weekend. What do you got planned? You going to lay out on a blanket on your grass?
Excellent question.
Blanket challenge?
I don't know what that's referencing. But
Nick is very big on laying on blankets on his lawn. That's all it means.
Let's see. What am I doing this week? Oh, I'm going to be in Omaha. I'm going to see Ben Folds in Omaha tomorrow night.
Ben's Fold 5?
They broke up 22 years ago, but Ben Folds is going to be in Omaha. The lead singer.
Does he still sing that song to his son?
The
Luckiest? Is that the song about
The Luckiest is not about his son. That's about more of a romantic
one of his ex-wives.
song.
What's the song about his son?
Still Fighting It.
Yeah, does he still sing that song?
He hasn't told me.
Okay.
I guess I haven't had a chance to talk to him to ask that very specific question. But if I get a chance, Josh, this weekend, I will ask him. I guess his son is probably in his 20s now, so likely no, but I don't know for sure.
Mustache Adam Ben Folds 5 has been broken up longer than Jack has been talking.
That's actually true.
I just learned something today. I thought that was just the name of the band. I didn't realize the guy's name was Ben Folds.
It's a fun name.
I didn't know that.
No, but the funny thing is they don't have 5.
Bill?
The band only has 3 people. Well, look, I got a shirt right behind me here, even. Yeah.
I only see the Wheaties box and that very bright neon sign.
It's so bright.
It's a bright sign.
I'm going to turn Alexa, turn off basement lights. There you go.
There we go.
Is that better?
Jack, we do have a follow-up before we let you go from Matt. Let me and Jack have a contest on having a legitimate basketball team to cheer for, at least an 18-year head start on that.
Well, I mean, we can just change the topic after you lose. That's fun. Oh yeah. Well, okay. I got dominated in this one. Let me find another one. I didn't bring that up, Matt. Oh, wait. Hold on. Is he saying Creighton's been better? Wait, Creighton's been better than Nebraska basketball? Is he saying Nebraska basketball, if I'm hearing it right, he's saying has had a historic lack of success?
I believe that's the case.
What in the hell are you? I hadn't noticed that. I was not. No kidding. Yeah,
I hadn't either. I mean, I was getting trampled by the Crown Parade last week, and
this has
I'm
been the
shocked too. I'm as
spiciest
shocked as
Friday
you are.
interview of all time.
Well, I mean, him coming out and talking trash about how I talk is like me coming out and saying Nebraska basketball has had a better 18-year run than Creighton, which I would never do because I know it's not true.
Yeah,
my voice is the Creighton basketball of voices.
Really good. Elite 8 worthy.
Solid. Some years definitely very good. Disappointing other years. To be honest.
Do you have a voice?
Fits.
Do you have a voice in waiting too?
His name's Johnny.
All right.
Every once in a while on a random day, it'll lose to a team that it should be better than, but it consistently loses all the time, including the last time they matched up. My voice against the supposedly inferior voice. Yeah, very similar.
All right. Well, have an awesome weekend and enjoy.
Thank you. Oh, thanks. I really enjoy this. Matt.
Weird. This is weird.
It's been a strange interview. Jack, was something going on right before you joined us today that you'd like to let?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, there was. I went through the most frustrating digital communication I've ever had in my entire life, and it perhaps was partially my fault. Nonetheless, it was annoying.
Yeah.
And it was with
I mean,
one
it
of
would
the
have been
two of
better
you.
if it would have been Nick's fault because he's already down 1 strike today. So,
what did you do, Nick?
I'm good with
What
that.
did I do?
I don't know.
Nice
well,
hat,
remember, we had
Nick.
the issue at the very beginning of the show.
That wasn't me. It did it by itself.
Yeah.
Or
Nick.
somebody else did it.
Nick.
Yes,
Nick.
Jack.
Cool
Yes.
hat.
Hey, thank you.
Nice.
Cool hat.
Get it?
Yeah.
It is a spicy show today, Chance.
It's a Friday.
Yes, it
We
is.
should be in a good mood.
Friday. It's Mother's Day
everybody.
weekend. What do you expect on Mother's Day weekend?
Everybody just needs to get a nice blanket, put it in their lawn,
Maybe they
and
do.
lay or sit on it for a little bit.
Maybe they do. Maybe they do.
That's all they got to do. It's
Mhm.
relaxing. It's nice. You're with nature, especially the fresh cut lawn.
Oh,
it's great.
Nice. Bye, Jack.
We'll see you.
Bye, Jack.
Have a good weekend.
Okay.
Don't miss your chance to mow your lawn before you put the blanket down on it. You can win
Nice.
$5,000 with the Mow Money giveaway. Enter to win now at 1620thezone.com with Saul's Jewelry and Loan and 1620 The Zone. You know what else I forgot to put on the Grum Down?
What?
Kent's Movie Club is coming up, too.
Yeah, what on earth, John?
I'm out of it, man.
You had 2 lines for.
I'm out of it. I'm out of it. I'm out of it.
One topic.
I'm out of it. I'm out of it.
John did 3 lines for one single topic because he just wanted to make fun of the Big Ten and the SEC and
You're
college.
damn right, because these people suck and I hate them.
Yeah, John doesn't like college football anymore. It's very
I
sad.
don't.
Up today.
I don't like
Thankfully-
college football
Oh
anymore.
my God, he admitted. About damn time. I knew it.
I hate it, and I hate everybody about it because you're all trying to ruin it. Congratulations. You've lost a viewer.
Nah, that's not true.
John's never going to watch
God,
college football again.
I'd love to, though, man.
Then that means you have to get a new career, John.
I'll just talk about baseball and basketball.
No, you will not. Not on this show, damn it.
We'll talk more baseball, John. It's okay.
We're going to talk more baseball. At least
Let's
baseball's
go.
not trying to.
Yeah,
run
Rob
me away.
Manfred, a great guy, doing great.
Rob
things.
Manfred, greater than
You're an
the Big Ten and the SEC. There, I said it. We'll be
Manfred
back
did-
after this. 1620 The Zone. What do you? Oh, I didn't see your message. Hello? Oh, it's been a day. I'm telling you, it's been a day.
What's going on with you, John?
I'm not in a good mood. I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm not in a good mood. So,
Man, it's a Friday.
You know what? When you got one of these GD clubs on your hand, it really doesn't matter what day it is.
Do you think
honestly.
the cube would make you
I'm
feel
just
better?
trying. No, the cube wouldn't do a goddamn thing.
Whoa, John, you can't say that.
Well, I just did. So don't talk to me about the damn cube anymore. Maybe Nick will pay attention and actually hit the stupid button this time.
Well, I mean, that was your fault, actually.
No, I did it on purpose.
I won't mention the cube anymore.
No, you are no longer allowed to mention the GD cube. I'm tired of the damn cube. I'm tired of this damn club on my hand. I'm tired. What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. What do you want to talk about?
You know what I want to talk about? Nothing.
John,
That's what I want to talk about.
You want to take
Nothing.
the rest of the day off?
Because the whole damn sport of college football is trying to kill itself. No sport on the face of God's green earth is trying to do more to drive people away than this stupid sport. Well, congratulations. You're driving me away.
You want to take the rest of the day? You want to take the rest of the day? Nick and I can just ride on into the weekend ourselves?
You lead. I don't give a damn anymore.
I mean, it's been so obvious over the last few years that you've been out on the sport of college football.
And why not? They're screwing everything up. I mean, we finally got a playoff. We've been begging for this stupid thing for how many generations? We finally got one, and they can't get that right either. These people could screw up a wet dream.
So you're totally done with it now. You're done with college football.
I'd love to be. I would. God, I would love to be done with it. I would love to be done with it because I get tired of talking about these stupid things. And then I see things like this stupid playoff. Why? Why? Why are we turning this into something that's harder than it needs to be? You're going to get your stupid teams in their Big Ten. You're going to get your stupid teams in their SEC. You don't need automatic bids. Give other people a chance. You know they ain't going to get it anyway, but at least give them a chance. There's always got to be this element of college football where you have to discriminate or be non-inclusionary. And they keep doing it. Every GD time they come up with a stupid plan, they get worse and worse. It's frustrating.
No, it definitely is. Nick said during the break, he said, I wish that I was paying attention to college football when it was fun or something like that.
I said I wish I had gotten into college football when it was fun.
Yeah. And
it feels so unfun to try to get into right now.
Yeah. And the thing that I immediately thought of was how 15 years ago this summer, Nebraska was about to leave announce that they were leaving the Big 12. And Colorado was leaving the Big 12. Utah was also going to join the Pac-10 and then 12. And, the next summer, all of the rumors were there with Missouri and Texas A&M. Like, all that stuff unfolded, right? And it was the most fun. And I'm guessing that you were like me and you thought, wow, this is a lot of fun to read about and talk about. I remember I couldn't get enough of it as a college sports fan. And I look back on that moment in time, and now I laugh at myself because that is the beginning of, if you want to say the end, that's fine. But if you certainly want to say the beginning of this kind of being the sport. And I know that realignment had happened before then. Penn State had joined the Big Ten, and the ACC had poached a few schools, including Miami and Virginia Tech. And the Big East was ballooning at the time into an unwieldy conference that didn't know if it was a basketball or a football league. But that was the beginning of college football, in my opinion, truly moving into whatever the next era was going to be. And as fun as that was, I now think back, John, to a few years ago when Texas and Oklahoma left for the SEC, and then we saw the West Coast schools join the Big Ten. And I remember how, as excited as I was for the first iteration of realignment and as fun as I thought that iteration was, the more recent ones were horrible. And you and I hated them in the moment, and we still hate them now. The difference, I think, for sure, is that I still get very excited for the games, but everything else around it, I could obviously leave it. It's not that I would take it or leave it. It's that I would leave it.
That's the sad thing. It's good and it's bad. It's good that people still love the games, but it's bad because it encourages the bad behavior. Because the one thing, Usually change like this happens because you need to, because the sport is suffering in popularity.
Yeah.
You needed a pitch clock in baseball. None of this stuff that's happened, and let's leave the NIL transfer portal crap because that's neither here nor there. Let's just talk about this.
You're talking about the stuff that the people in charge of the sport can like truly control.
They control it all.
There's not litigation. They're not getting sued. They are deciding what they want the sport to be.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is something they can control 100%. There's no court hearing. There's no judge waiting to make any decision on this. And yet they keep doing the same nonsense for no other reason than because we can.
Correct.
They don't think about it from a bigger picture. Again, if you were to do 16 teams and just have automatic qualifiers for the conference champions, and then everybody else is an at-large, guess who would get pretty much the same number of bids every single year?
Yeah.
Because they do.
Yeah.
So why do we need the automatic bids? Oh, I know why. So now we can create stupid little play-in games. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
No.
Other than we can do it because we can. That's the only reason. We do it because we can. Oh, and it makes them a lot more money.
It makes them a lot more money. And, one of the things in these scenarios, like you said, you wish you could be done with it. And I know that there are a lot of people right now that are probably saying, I actually will be done with college football. Now, the proof has to be in the pudding, of course, in terms of people actually tuning in. But I would say, the biggest fear that I have with what is happening next is honestly, John, it's not even the Super League, because that is the far off concern, though it probably isn't that far. The concern that I have is that this affects non-conference games to the point where they are rendered meaningless. And so there is like a couple of avenues you go down. One is that's what they are, and we all make peace with it, and they're essentially glorified exhibition games that don't really matter. The other is, I guess, you lean into the bit and you go all in on conference games, which, I guess if you're saying that I could have 9 games that matter and 3 that don't, or 12 games that matter, I'm probably going to pick the latter. But, one of the fun parts about the sport and the great memories that I have in watching the sport often include Nebraska versus insert non-conference school here, or LSU versus insert non-conference school here. It's the games in September, before the conference season ramps up, that I get in a way most excited for on a college football schedule, because it's like, this year, Oklahoma, Michigan, badass. That sounds awesome. LSU, Clemson, we talked about it yesterday. Badass. That sounds great. Ohio State, Texas, week 1. That is incredible. What a way to kick off the season. And if you take those away, and you truly are admitting, and then, I know, man, that people say, hey, you're overreacting if you think rivalries are going to be affected because of guaranteed bids, but I don't think I am. I know that it matters if Ohio State loses to Michigan or vice versa. I understand that. But if both teams are locked into the playoffs and they're looking at the long term, we see rivalries in the NFL where players get sat. And that's the stuff that I worry about. And that's the thing. Again, it's not that it's somehow this unforeseen problem for what they're doing with the sport. I don't get it. Because we're all trying to point to them and say, look, you're screwing it up, but you're screwing it up for this exact reason. And they're like, yep, we are, but we're going to power forward. It's confusing. It's very strange, because Jeff texts in, they sold their soul to the networks and will continue to. And they have. This goes against that, though. It hurts you in September. It hurts you. Because again, these games do not have the meaning, will not have the meaning if you have all of these guaranteed bids. It won't. It will not have at the best, they are, worse than what they are now. But at the worst, these matchups become, again, glorified exhibition games.
Nick, I'm sorry I yelled at you.
It's okay, John. I'm sorry I brought up the C word.
I wish you would have brought up the other C word.
Ew, bonk.
I didn't say that. You sicko.
Oh, that's what I thought he meant, too.
I did too.
Let me read this tweet from Adam, John, because this is something I know we're going to talk about later.
Mhm.
He says, I still like college football, the actual sport, and will continue to watch, but I'm concerned with the lack of governance and leadership within the sport. The NCAA's lack of willingness to control NIL once it became legalized was the tiny domino to John's rant. And so there's a question that I have, and we're going to tackle this a little bit later on.
Mhm.
But that is this. Is it possible to watch or cover college football and, college sports, but college football in particular, without paying attention to all the stuff on the side? Because every piece of news lately is structural. It is NIL. It is the literal government of our country.
Right.
And in today's case, it's a college football playoff.
Well,
I
we'll
always say
unpack-
it when we get to September, we're watching the games. But is it
Yeah.
possible to ignore all the other stuff?
We'll unpack that later.
Yeah.
I think that's a good stopping point there. Nick, I'm also sorry I made you push the button.
It's okay. Just, you know what? After the show today, get a nice blanket, go out to the lawn, maybe just sit down.
I got to get the lawn mowed first. Oh, wait, I can't do that.
Nick, see, you're reminding John of things he can't do.
Sorry.
It's been a week, friends. But you know what? I can make your week better, and you can make your June better, because we're going to send you to Las Vegas if you're a lucky winner to see Kenny Chesney at the Sphere in Las Vegas on Saturday, June 14th. If you win, you get a pair of tickets to the show, paid airfare to Vegas, and a stay in the Luxor. You can enter to win right now at 1620thezone.com. That's what Sean Stone did, and Sean is one of our latest qualifiers for the grand prize drawing. Now, Sean, just like all the other qualifiers, must be 21 years old to enter. So again, enter now online at 1620thezone.com. I'm in a much better mood to tell you about how good guys can save lives. You know, when people get in accidents or when people have cancer and they need reconstructive surgery, do you know where they get the bone and the skin tissue from? They get it from donated tissue from those of you who have been kind enough to check the box to become an organ and tissue donor. Same thing with people recovering from sports injuries. That's where they get a lot of the tendons from. Same thing for people who need new corneas to re-give the gift of sight. And that's just the tissues. Of course, the life-saving is through the organ donation. And anyone can register. Anyone can be a donor. Doesn't matter how old you are. Doesn't matter your health status. Everyone can chip in. So please consider being an organ and tissue donor and check that donor registry box the next time you sign up for your driver's, hunting, or fishing license. Or find out more at goodguysavelives.com. You too can be a good guy today. goodguysavelives.com. So earlier today, Jordy Ball was named the Big Ten Player of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier today, Jordy Ball was named the Big Ten Pitcher of the Year. Nobody has ever done that in the same season. There have been ones who have done it in separate seasons, winning one award one year and one award the next year. But it has never been done in the same year by the same person. And here was a little bit from Big Ten Network today. Nick, if you want to bring up the video here, assuming that this is going to work.
There you go.
But here's a little Jordy Ball today.
Congratulations again. First player ever to win Player and Pitcher of the Year in the Big Ten. What do each of those accomplishments mean to you?
Honestly, that would not have been on my bingo card. The Big Ten has so many great pitchers and so many great players, and it's an honor to win both. But I would say at the same time, especially with this week in mind, the main thing has always been the team awards, such as winning the Big Ten tournament, shooting for conference champs, and then above and beyond making it to the World Series and winning there. So my teammates have always been my motivation. My family and my support system has always been there for me. And so the personal awards, they come along the way, but I'm grateful for those. But what has always motivated me has been the team championships.
We knew she was good. I mean, obviously. She was great at Oklahoma. She was a pitcher of the year a couple of other times there. But there's something, especially in this area, where at times we've been guilty of overhyping people. You look at, folks as saviors. Oh, this person's going to come in. They're going to be the best. They're a 5-star. They do this. They do that. She has lived up to every single ounce of the hype.
Yep. Even with missing a season.
Even with missing the season last year. In fact, if anything, it just made this year even more special. When you look at what she has done, she's batting .467. She has hit 19 home runs. She has driven in 59. She has scored 61. Put a pin in that for a second. She's scored 61 runs. She is second in the conference in hits and runs, third in slugging, fourth in on-base percentage, sixth in home runs. Then as a pitcher, she's 23-5. The ERA is $1.46. She has 243 strikeouts in 168 and a third innings. Got the lowest ERA in the conference. She's top 10 in the country in shutouts, strikeouts. Opponents are only batting $1.49. But here's the stat that just absolutely gobsmacks you. 51 games this year. Jordy Ball has scored 61 runs as an offensive player. As a pitcher, she's only allowed 57.
Incredible. Yeah, the first thing that I thought of when you start going through this stuff is that she has been, all the stuff that was promised from the Jordy Ball era. I mean, the only thing she hasn't delivered on are not being injured, sadly, but, she can't control that. And then, the team success. But there is still time to do that, in terms of like a deep run or making it to the Women's College World Series or obviously winning a national championship. Otherwise, like, you wonder, after the success she had and with the teammates that she had at Oklahoma, she gets to Lincoln, what's it going to be like with this group of players?
Mm-hmm.
And she has lived up to all the promise. The only disappointment is that she didn't get a chance to play but, a few innings last year before she tore her knee up. It is incredible. There have been many hyped athletes in our state, since you and I have been on the show together a decade ago. The first one that comes to my mind is of course, Doug McDermott. And then you though I guess he even wasn't really hyped. It was just more an excitement, a build upon what his career had been. But you talk about true players before they arrived at Nebraska and then arrive at Nebraska and the hype that they come to the school with. She has lived up to it and then some so far.
It would only be appropriate if she got to face her former school.
Dude, I still think that there's a very good chance that could happen when you look at the seeding.
Yeah, there's a chance. By the way, they've been I know they've been having rain at the Big East tournament. Is the Big Ten tournament still on time today? I have not seen anything on the schedule, but obviously, and Nebraska's playing a semifinal game later today. I do have the TV right over my shoulder. I could just look for myself.
Yeah, there's a show that's on right before it. Whatever the game is, it's supposed to start in a little bit.
Yep, Nebraska's coming up at 4 o'clock. So we'll keep an eye on it. By the way, all of Creighton's games have been, or Creighton's game today has been pushed back a bit too. So been dealing with some rain there at the Big East tournament. But again, Jordy Ball, it's just to see what she has done this year is just incredible. And then you look at the impact on attendance. I mean, they thought they were going to break all kinds of attendance records anyway, but it actually happened. It's just kind of refreshing, especially around here when we've hyped up so many things and then they disappoint us. Here's something that came back. The investment came back exactly as promised, and it might only get better.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, coming up next, speaking of treasures,
nice.
Jordy Ball was a treasure to Nebraska softball. The Declaration of Independence was a treasure to Nicolas Cage. Nick's movie pick this week, National Treasure. Kent's Movie Club, coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edification. Boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Oh, Kent's Movie Club. It's Kent's Movie Club. Kent's Movie Club. It's Kent's Movie Club.
With Kent Wolgamon of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Good afternoon, Kent.
Hello.
By the way, I was doing some research there during the break. Creighton softball starting at 4:30 today.
4:30, okay.
4:30. So that'll be on FS2. So you got Creighton on FS2 and Nebraska will be on BTN here in about 15 minutes.
Excellent.
Kent, a National Treasure was our movie this week. Now, this was inspired because young Nick went on vacation recently and apparently stumbled across one of the places where the second movie was shot, right?
Yes. National Treasure 2 was at the Mount Rushmore Keystone area.
I did not see the second one, but I'll take your word for it. So, Nick, tell us about National Treasure.
Benjamin Franklin Gates is a treasure hunter who's on a mission to vindicate his family name, because there was an old family story that one of the old signers of the Declaration of Independence entrusted his great however many times.
His grandfather's grandfather, Nick.
His grandfather's grandfather's grandfather.
No, just his grandfather's grandfather.
With a secret to a treasure, but not the treasure, the treasure of all treasures. And the clues to getting to this treasure are hidden in all of these different American documents and ships and whatnot, and he's on a mission to basically prove that this treasure exists and that his family isn't crazy, because his family is well known for trying to find this and fund this, and everybody just kind of wrote them off as kooks because every single clue led to another clue led to another clue, and nobody believed that it was a real thing until it was.
I think that's a pretty solid representation of the movie, Nick.
And I think this is one of the only movies where Sean Bean doesn't die in it.
Kent, can you confirm you've probably seen every movie that Sean Bean has been in? How many movies does he die in?
Pretty much all of them.
Movies, TV shows, even a video game. The video game Oblivion that came out in 2006. His character dies
in it?
Yeah.
He's really good at dying, I guess.
He is good at dying. So what I used, I think I used yesterday, we were talking about it. This is the, we'll call it early 21st century Indiana Jones. I mean, this is what there's a lot of adventure. It's a little bit supernatural, farcical, things like that. But it's very much in the same vein as Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's just for a different generation. I guess the thing that makes this one a little more interesting, I'm not saying it's a better movie than Raiders of the Lost Ark, but the Raiders of the Lost Ark, all that has to do with, the Ark of the Covenant, foreign treasures, things like that. For this is about the Declaration of Independence. This is about, the founding fathers. And while, you can't take everything literally as actual history, the fact that it is based in early American history is something that makes it rather unique. And I thought, anyway, for me, as I watched the movie, I find that stuff interesting. The early stages of our country and how it was developed. Again, we all know it's a movie. It's not going to be historically accurate, but basing this stuff in American history, early American history, to me anyway, was very interesting.
What do you think, Kent?
I was waiting on you, but I will.
I can go. I remember seeing this movie. I did not see it in theaters the first time I watched it, but I saw it shortly thereafter. And Kent, as I rewatched it this week, I realized I must have watched this movie way more than I remembered as a young or a late stage teenage boy, because I remember direct lines of this thing, straight to the inflection point on some of the characters' voices, and just how goofy and wild of a ride this is, I think it is ultimately a very entertaining movie, even if like it is. I mean, the plot is so funny to me because they're having the conversation. He's going to steal the Declaration of Independence. And they're basically implying this guy's a monster for wanting to steal. And he's like, we're going to have to steal it instead.
To protect it.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, what does he say? We're not treasure hunters. We're treasure protectors. But you never said that at any point in the movie except for that one line. It's a very goofy movie. And yet, I found myself enjoying the watch yet again. It's a fun ride. And I think it moves at such a pace where you never really have to sit in the maybe strangeness of it all. And so I find the watch of minute one, I mean, it dives in, hey, let's go back into the founding part of the country, and then it zips to the present. And then, I mean, really, it just goes and goes and goes. And so I enjoy it for that sake.
This movie, I love this movie because it hits basically every single type of thing that I like. I like fun conspiracies.
Nice.
Like this. I like the early American history, that time period. I think it's fascinating. Treasure hunting is incredible. It's one of my favorite tropes in general because it's always fun. And I mean, the comedy, sometimes it's cheesy and a little much, but I think it fits extremely well within the context of the whole thing. And it's just a fun world traveling kind of adventure, and it's very easy to follow and digest.
Very.
It just makes sense.
Yeah.
To an extent.
Kent,
it can make sense.
You almost look like the cat that ate the canary here.
Kent.
Here's what this movie really is. Okay. It is your Indiana Jones knockoff merged. Did you notice who the producer of this thing was?
Jerry Bruckheimer.
So you have all the explosions and action and blah, 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 blah. That was written by 4 people get credit for the screenplay and 4 more get credit for the story. What is the rule? Anything more than 3 people, you've got a blah story.
Oh no.
I mean, it's nothing original, right? There's no. And you get that weird change of tone in dialogue, right? Where it's trying to be funny here, and then, like Josh said, made a reference to be something clear at the end of the movie that was never brought up at any time earlier, because it's this cobbled together thing designed to be exactly what it is that you guys like, this sort of high energy entertainment, right? When I wrote about it, when it came out, I just wrote, look, A, the story is preposterous. B, nothing in this thing could ever happen in reality. Okay. You accept those 2 things, and it's a popcorn movie that's, a good ride. And that's really what it is.
Ken, do you think that they realized what kind of hit they had on their hands? I mean, it cost them, according to Wikipedia, the budget was $100 million. So it's obviously going to be more than that given the advertising and all those things. But it makes close to $350 million.
Jeez,
so, I mean, it's an expensive movie to make, but it also has a great ROI on it. Do you think that they realized that it was going to be that kind of hit?
It's a Jerry Bruckheimer movie. He was a producer. That is the Jerry Bruckheimer formula that kind of worked up until computers took over everything, right?
Sure.
Because much of the cost of these movies are those like extravagant sets and explosions and stuff like that. They had to build that whole set where they're going down underneath the church in New York, right? They had to build that whole thing, then destroy it, basically. And that's expensive, right? That's a Jerry Bruckheimer movie. And my guess is, well, I know this because it was so American, it didn't get the international box office as much as some of Bruckheimer's other movies have gotten, but it probably made more than what Wikipedia is saying when you roll in all the foreign markets, and then you roll in, all the how DVD many times it got sold. It was one of those that got sold first to HBO, then to regular TV.
Well, and this was back in the era where you could still rent things from Blockbuster, so I'm guessing the Blockbuster sales on this movie were great too.
And so everybody made a ton of money, and people enjoyed it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But there's also no reason to say this is some kind of great movie.
Yeah.
True. I don't think that movies necessarily have to have unique plot to be good. You know, like, yeah, it's a pretty paint by the numbers treasure hunting kind of movie, but I think it's still enjoyable. It's still fun. I think it can still be a good movie without it having to. It doesn't have to break new ground.
Well, it certainly does not do that.
Well, I'm not saying that every movie has to break new ground, but this one seems really cobbled together from, we got these ideas from here and we got these ideas from here, and we'll put them all together into something just a little bit different, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Was it a product of its time? It's 2004. In terms of why it was so popular.
Yeah, well, it was. And remember that this is Nick Cage at his peak. He could open movies then. And it was post 9/11, which I think made a little difference towards its popularity. Yeah, absolutely.
I have a question, and this might be an extremely far-fetched question.
Awesome.
The Da Vinci Code came out a year before this movie did. Do you think people getting into that book led to the popularity of this movie as well before the Da Vinci Code?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're clearly related. And then the Da Vinci Code movie came, what?
2006.
Yeah, I was going to say 4 or 5 years later. So it's a continuum. Yeah, absolutely.
That's a good comparison, Nick. Yeah, because they have a lot of the similar ideas, right? Where that's a treasure, that's a hunt for the Holy Grail. This is a hunt for. Does this treasure have a name?
It's just the treasure.
No, the treasure.
Yeah, it's just the treasure.
Like it's treasure from everywhere period of time.
And if you look at it in that sense, if you think about it, look at all the treasure hunting movies that have had the Ark of the Covenant, the Holy Grail, this series on History Channel, the Curse of Oak Island, where they think they trying to find treasure on some island in Nova Scotia. They think it's, the Holy Grail might be buried here, or Solomon's menorah, or whatever. Sure it is. Yeah,
and
that's in a hole in the ground in Nova Scotia.
And that's, I think, one of the things that people like about this, or they liked about the Da Vinci Code, was that in theory, it is treasure that is somewhere among us. You don't have to go out into the forest. The clues are going to, in this case, it leads back to a church. Spoiler alert for the Da Vinci Code. That is below the Louvre, is where the Holy Grail is supposedly at the end of the book and in the movie. And so I think that that's something that people like too. And I mean, Ken, I think you bring up an interesting point with the time that this is released in terms of post 9/11. I would say that this is maybe not so much a wave the flag patriot movie, but it's definitely a, hey, let's celebrate American history. But as Nick said, it's a fun conspiracy, whereas now all the conspiracies suck and they're really, really dark.
I think another fun part about this too is all the clues were kind of hidden in plain sight, like minus the declaration, obviously, but like where they got Ben Franklin's spectacles. Like that was just up there.
In a wall.
That was just in a wall. It was just up there. And I think it made people kind of feel like, hey, I could do something like this. And I think that made it weirdly relatable to some people as well.
Normally, can't a movie like this, or any movie that's really, really fast paced, can be to its detriment. But for something like this, which seems to be going at full speed from start to finish, did that actually do it a favor because you could brush over the obvious flaws or the plot holes, or just how the flow, how everything went?
Absolutely it does. And so does the let's just say there wasn't a ton of character development in this movie.
No.
So you're dealing with these types, or whatever you want to call them, right? Rather than worrying about here's what's happening. Like, yeah, there's a quote romance, but it's not really you don't know anything. It's just kind of there, those kind of things. So you don't have that kind of a movie. So it propels that way, right? You're not developing the characters or anything beyond we know this about this guy's family. All of a sudden he's in the Arctic digging up a ship, right? I mean, that's the development. Jaboing,
Well, especially Kent, the what is the character's name? Riley. I mean, his whole purpose is he's a nerd and he's just gonna wisecrack the whole time. I mean, his first line of dialogue is a wisecrack in the back seat, and then they're like, should we leave him here? And off to the races we go. He's like that until the last scene of the movie where he's bitching about the amount of money that they got for the treasure.
A lousy 1%.
As he gets into his nice red Ferrari and cannot drive off of the road very well or leave the driveway. So he is that the museum lady or whatever you want to call her. What is her job? Abigail Chase. She's an archivist for the National Archives. Maybe she has the most development, but hers is just like, I don't like what you're doing, but also it's kind of fun, so I'll be along for the ride.
One of my favorite sorry, Kent.
Well, I was just going to mention her because it's worth saying. Her name is Diane Kruger. It's spelled like American Diane, but she's German, and which is hence why they had to include the line about Anglo-Saxon
Dutch.
Her accent, yeah.
Yeah, it's because she has that accent. And she has turned out to be a great actress. If you watch her European films, she's way more than this, ingenue running around with Nick Cage in an action movie. She turned out to be a very good actress. So now go ahead.
Oh, sorry. It's so I've seen this movie a bunch.
Sure.
But I mean, I was a kid. So I'm finally watching it with adult eyes as an adult. And one of my favorite interactions in this movie now, I think, happens between him and her when they're talking about her Washington campaign buttons that she collects.
Mm-hmm.
And he's essentially saying that she is also a treasure hunter. Because she said it with in a kind of derogatory, like, oh, you're a treasure hunter. But then he notices her collection. And then he's like, you're also a treasure hunter. He says it without saying it, and then she kind of has like a look on her face going back to how good of an actress she is. I think that moment between those two characters right there is kind of what started the one person who had character development. Her development was just that interaction.
By the way, J-Man points out, Kent, she was great in Troy and in Inglourious Bastards. She was awesome in Inglourious Bastards.
That was her in Inglourious Bastards.
Yes. Yeah, with the voice.
Oh.
Yep, she's very good in that movie.
She's really good. The campaign button thing triggered. Here are 2 or 3 things that triggered me.
Okay, let's go.
Sometimes Nick gets triggered by these little things, right?
All the time, yeah.
I am not sure that George Washington had campaign buttons, as in the fact that I don't believe he ever had any opposition when he ran.
No.
Right? So why would he? I don't think he campaigned, number one. Number two, I think the campaign button is actually a few decades away from actually being created in 1770 or 89 or whenever it would have been the first presidential election. That's number one. Number two, the Declaration of Independence, the actual copy of it you can't read the writing. It faded.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that's on display in the National Archives is a what do they call it? Contemporaneous copy. The scribe made more than one of them.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's one of the other ones. But the real one is all faded, and I don't believe it's even on display anymore. So
I was going to say, where is it? Yeah.
Those are two things that I went, huh? You know,
I remember.
I will say I did not notice those when it came out, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I sure did this time for some reason.
Interesting. You mentioned Jerry Bruckheimer before, and just looking at his, and we've had a couple of his movies. Most recent one was the Beverly Hills Cop, Axel F, that came out on Netflix. But when you look at, I mean, just look at the movies that he did only for Paramount. American Gigolo, which would be a big hit. Flashdance, Beverly Hills Cop, Top Gun, Beverly Hills Cop 2, Days of Thunder, Top Gun Maverick. I mean, and that's just what he did for that studio. When you look at what he did for Walt Disney, Crimson Tide, The Rock, Armageddon, Remember the Titans, Pirates of the Caribbean. I mean, This guy was of all the money printing movie people out there, he has got to be on the Mount Rushmore of printing money when his name is attached to a movie.
Yeah, for 20 years he did that.
Yeah.
I mean, at least 20 years. Yeah,
What is it about him, Kent? Like, obviously, I mean, his movies have a particular flair to him, but what do you think it is about the way he sees movies, or maybe what he knows about the movie-going audience that has allowed him to tap into that so often over the decades?
I think two things. One, that he's willing to spend the money on the big action movies in its time, right? So you got the big action movie, number one. Number two, if you look at those lists, they're all very, what do you want to call it? Crowd pleasing kind of stories.
Yeah.
Right? There's not a ton of serious drama there, if you know what I mean.
Sure.
And I think those two things, and he had sense enough to hire good people to make these kind of movies, right? I mean, Nicolas Cage at that time was at his peak, and he was being taken seriously as an actor as well as a action kind of star. I don't know that John Turteltaub is the world's greatest director, but he certainly had some, knew how to direct a hit movie at that time. And I think it's all those factors kind of rolled into one. And, it was a Jerry Bruckheimer movie. And, most of those, when you go through that list, most of them didn't land on top 10 lists, but he didn't care.
No.
That wasn't the intent, and he
made a lot of money.
Made a lot of money, and they're, by and large, pretty entertaining movies.
Yep, for sure.
So that is National Treasure. It is on Disney Plus. Next week, we are going to go back to Paramount Plus, and we're going to watch Tropic Thunder.
Oh my God.
Thunder.
Was that a good oh my God, Kent, or a bad oh my God?
Just wait. Have you seen this masterpiece?
Oh, yeah. I actually rewatched it for the first time in years back in January, and Kent, I forgot how funny it was.
I haven't seen this movie
howling
since high school.
Oh, I was howling. There is so many scenes that I cannot wait to discuss next week.
Yeah, this is intellectual movie making at its finest.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
It's a romp, man. This movie's hysterical.
All right. Well, that'll be next week on Paramount Plus. Kent, what do we expect here? NBA playoffs. I mean,
are the Celtics going down, Kent? Come on. They're going to fail, aren't they? How funny would that be?
Tonight's the night for them. They lose tonight.
Tonight or are they playing tomorrow?
Tomorrow afternoon. Yeah.
Tomorrow afternoon, yeah.
Yeah, if they lose tomorrow, they are toast because they're down 2-0. They lose. You go down 3-0, I don't care who you are, you're not going to win 4 games in a row, right? So this is critical for them, and they may be done because the two issues, they can't make a 3-point shot, but
correct.
Even worse for them, I think, is that Porzingis isn't playing very much. I think he
was sick in the last game or something, yeah.
The other night. And if he's out, they got that for some reason has completely derailed them. They just can't do anything when he's not on the floor. And look at what the Knicks did the last 2 fourth quarters when he wasn't on the floor.
Should we be concerned that the finals could be a dud?
Oh God, yes. Well, it does. Not a dud, but you could get some. You could get Indiana. Let's say, what's that?
I think Oklahoma City is the best team in the West, and I think they're going to rip through whoever they play.
Well, they're down though.
No, it's even. It's
1-1. It's
1-1. They're down because they lost a home game. All right. Yeah. The NBA rule is a series doesn't start until somebody loses at home.
Well, that one started game 1 then.
And they all did. Every single one.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so it's game on. So I think you could end up, if OKC comes through, there's nobody left in the East, I don't think, that can. If Boston isn't playing any better than they are now, I don't think anybody's got a chance against them. Frankly,
yeah, I would agree.
All right, well, that's Kent's Movie Club. Next week, we'll watch Tropic Thunder on Paramount Plus. Kent, have a great weekend.
You do the same.
All right.
Thank you, Kent.
Walgermont of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Oh, let's see. We got Ralph Rousseau coming up.
To talk about your favorite sport.
Yeah, well, not anymore. Well, it's never been my favorite sport. That's the thing.
Do you like the NBA now more than college football, John, do you think?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
Let's not be ridiculous.
I just wanted to make sure.
If you ever said that, I'd have to give him a wellness check. Like I would call Jack and be like, yo.
Kenny says, does someone need to remind Kent that a Boston team down 0-3 has come back and won 4 straight against a New York team? Yeah, but that's a different sport, and that was 21 years ago.
Yeah, it's only happened once.
It's a long time ago, Nick.
Baseball.
It's only happened
Baseball,
once.
the 04 ALCS. I liked baseball back then.
That is my earliest baseball memory. I don't remember which game or what was happening, but I remember it was on. It was dark. The Yankees were playing the Red Sox.
The Huskers game is underway now. They're in the first. No score. And Creighton will be starting their game with a chance to get to the tournament finals if they win this afternoon. That'll be at 4:30, so we'll update you on both of those. As we continue, it is a big weekend for the Jays baseball team. I said Ralph Russo will join us, and we'll dive back in to my rant earlier regarding college football and why this sport is bent on making they're bent on making me angry.
At the very least, you, for sure.
But I think they've made many people angry. And they keep making people angry, yet they keep doing stupid things. We'll continue with all of that and more. It's a One Beer Friday as well here on 1620 The Zone. Well, bad news. Jordy Ball gave up a run in the first,
Oh,
and
no.
UCLA is still batting.
Did we
leading
jinx her?
1-0. You say what?
Did we jinx her?
Is this the John Bishop jinx of the day?
Nick, he's
don't
already
know.
having a bad day. Don't you dare say that he jinxed something.
Sorry, John.
Jiminy Christmas.
There's no such thing as an announcer jinx.
Oh, interesting. But what about an announcer snow jinx? So you think that's real, but not an announcer?
Yeah, because you don't mess with the weather, Josh.
Yeah, I didn't make a prediction that Jordy Ball was going to dominate this game today. All I did was just say, hey, and she did. All I reported were the facts. The facts are she was the player of the year and the pitcher of the year. Those are facts.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Well, anyway.
Yeah.
1-0 UCLA. I think they're looking. I can't tell what they're looking at. It's another thing. Replay.
Wow.
More
Yeah, what
replay.
else do you want to bitch about today? What else should we complain about on the show?
I don't know.
Everything.
We should bring back the hour of hate.
Yeah, John, do you want to do an impromptu hour of hate today?
No, I think I pretty much did my hour of hate.
Yeah, well, it was like 5 minutes of hate.
It was a lot of
The
hate.
answer was Nick Grimm.
More to come.
Mm-hmm.
Big weekend coming up for the Blue Jays on the Diamond in Omaha. As they take on Xavier, they are one game up in the loss column. UConn is wrapping up this weekend. They'll sweep Butler, I'm sure.
Friend of the slice, Xavier. I talked about Xavier baseball on a slice of college baseball.
Well, Xavier's got one of the top non-conference schedules in the country.
Mm-hmm.
They took the anti-Matt Rule approach to non-conference scheduling, and it's benefited them. I mean, they still have a great RPI. Not that it necessarily will get them into the NCAA tournament unless they win the Big East, but it gives them a bit of a chance. It's going to be a rather emotional weekend. I was walking out of the ballpark Tuesday night with Ed Service after the Nebraska game, and just talking about what's coming up this weekend. And of course, it's the last home series.
Yep.
That means it's senior weekend. So the seniors, it'll be their last games at home. It's also Chris Gradiville weekend. Tonight is Chris Gradiville night, the former Blue Jay who was senselessly murdered a few years ago. So there's going to be all of that. And then Ed Service will be coaching his final games in Omaha. And I think he's genuinely worried about how all of that together is going to affect the team, because there's so much emotion on top of emotion on top of emotion. You know, you're remembering a fallen comrade tonight. Senior day is tomorrow. Then it's the last game at home. Oh, and by the way, it's an important series.
Yeah. So there's all this stuff to focus
series.
on. There's all the ancillary stuff that you usually have at the end of a season, right? Like I had a chance to talk this week for the 1620 The Jays pod to Chris Gannon, and there was a quote that he had after one of their most recent events where he talked about, like, look, there's a couple of athletes that competed today, and they're done now. They are done being Blue Jays as they have not made it to the postseason as the season winds down. And it's like, man, that has to be so difficult because you're doing all the usual stuff about the end of a season. There's all the usual stresses. But then in the case of Creighton, 3 consecutive days of these big kind of momentous things. Oh, and I mean, the cherry on top, John, of course, is that it's finishing up the final home game ever for Ed Service as Creighton's baseball coach. You know, and he's talked about it, and he'll continue to talk about it, and people continue to ask him questions. And, John Walker had a really long write-up about him in today's paper, right? Mm-hmm. And so you're going to, like, all that type of stuff is not going to go away. Oh, and they are huge games that they need to win if they're going to go on, and continue to play.
Here was a little bit, Nick, if you would bring up the video, please. Ed Service talking to Andy Kendi of KETV News Watch 7. Nebraska fans actually gave Ed Service a gift on Tuesday night. Here's a little bit on that.
Well, it brought a smile to my face. It made me chuckle a little bit that they thought enough of me to sign a baseball and give it to our ops guy who's out in the bullpen. And it had a couple nice sayings on it, Everybody knows when we play midweek games, there's a lot of pitching changes. So they made a comment like, no more pitching changes. And they wished me all the best during retirement. And they also put good riddance on there. I took that as a compliment because we have had a little bit of success down in Haymarket the last 6 years, I guess. Yeah, I will definitely keep it, and I appreciate the fans for thinking about me in Lincoln, and we'll actually miss going down there. It was always a good place to play, a lot of energy, great atmosphere, and a great fan base.
And I don't deny that. He'll keep that ball.
Yeah.
I think he treasures it, especially that they won, and especially that they won 13 out of the last 16 against Nebraska. Ed has always wanted to win those games so bad. I can remember the first time they took a series from Nebraska, and his nephew Scott, the former manager of the Mariners, happened to be in town, and I just remember running into him as we were walking out. They were playing at Rosenblatt at the time, and I'd never seen the words giddy and Ed Service do not go in the same sentence together.
Mm-hmm.
He was giddy. And I knew how much, playing Nebraska and beating Nebraska meant to him. And so I have no doubt that baseball will have a prominent place in the Ed Service Home Hall of Fame. But I thought it was a cool gesture by those fans out in right field to do that.
Well, and I love, too, the callback to all of the pitching changes, given that, for as long as I can remember, when you and I have had a chance to talk to Brunts on the Tuesdays of those games, we're always asking about the pitching changes and always wondering how many we're going to see over the course of the night.
Exactly. Real quick, one note on just the series itself. Xavier's good, obviously. They've had a really good season. But I think where this series comes down to pitching, especially if Creighton can get to the bullpen. Creighton's bullpen is better than Xavier's, but if Xavier gets good length out of their starters, Weber and Peach, that's going to be to their advantage. Creighton, starting pitching-wise, has been good, but not traditionally great. We talked about it with Ed earlier this week. Creighton's got a pretty good team ERA, but they've done so without really any super, we call him your Friday night stud, your Saturday guy. And while the Jays have kind of settled into who is in those roles, it took a lot of time to get there. So the starting pitching doesn't have that appearance of a classic, team that's contending for a conference starting pitching in terms of having a guy that you just know he can give you 6-7 innings every Friday night, give you 5-6 innings every Saturday. It's been a little, piece it together, but so far it has worked. And I think that's where it's going to come down to tonight. Connor will have the call for you tonight on 1180 The Zone, and I'll be joining him on Saturday and Sunday. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? There are changes coming to college men's basketball.
That explains the mood.
You know what? I'm connecting the dots now, yeah.
No.
I wish I would have thought about this earlier.
You would be wrong. Because these are actual changes, not proposed changes.
So what are the actual changes?
Well, these are also proposed, but they're actually formally actually formally out there for the Rules Committee to consider. The Rules Committee are considering, and usually when it gets to this point, it means they're going to do it.
Correct.
A coach's challenge at any point in the game to review out-of-bounds calls, basket interference or goaltending, and whether a secondary defender was in the restricted area.
Okay.
So right now you don't have challenges in college basketball. This would allow a challenge. You have to have a timeout to have a challenge. Though it's funny because I'm reading this and it says under the challenge proposal, teams must have a timeout to request an instant replay review challenge. Okay, that makes sense. So you would assume, if they lose the challenge, they lose the timeout.
Correct.
Well, the next paragraph says, if the instant replay review challenge is successful, teams would be allowed to have one additional video review challenge for the rest of the game, including overtime. If the first video review challenge is unsuccessful, the team loses the ability to challenge the rest of the game. But there's nothing in here that says you lose the timeout. So I don't know if that's an oversight.
Interesting.
Or if they're actually just going to let them do it without the purpose of the timeout. I would assume because you have to have a timeout, you have to have collateral, right? It's like taking out a loan. You don't have collateral. So I'm assuming it would cost them a timeout. But anyway, that is being proposed. This does not change what officials could review in the last 2 minutes, but this would be something new that they would propose.
Okay.
Also, flagrant foul or flagrant one fouls being proposed when a player is hit in the groin.
Don't hate that. Got to protect the groin.
You do.
And there's going to be a emphasis on allowing continuation.
Interesting. How do we feel about this? The NBA-ification of college basketball.
Not a huge fan, but we'll see how it plays out. We'll see how it plays out.
Speaking of the NBA-ification quarters, they're proposing going to quarters. Like the good Lord intended.
Cool. We'll all notice it together.
We will. I love John. He says he doesn't care about it, but man, John, you should have done this and I don't care. For someone who's like never, you're always like, I don't care about it. But also I have a rant in my back pocket about it if you'd like one.
No, the rant is people thinking that it's actually going to make a huge difference in their enjoyment of the game. This is not introducing the pitch clock to baseball. This is not going to have that kind of an impact on the game. That's been my only point since the beginning. Okay. For people who don't watch the sport and have actively said they don't like watching the sport, all of a sudden this is a big deal. Oh, we got to have quarters. But is anyone else going to watch because they have quarters? I say no.
I'm not going to watch more college basketball because they have quarters, but I'm definitely going to enjoy the college basketball I do watch because they have quarters.
I don't think you'll notice.
Okay. I don't understand how you can say that when I call women's games all the time and then
I watch women's games, and I don't watch women's games and look at them and go, oh man, this flows so much better. I have never, ever, ever, since they went to quarters, watched a women's game and said, man, this just flows better than the men's game. I have never noticed that.
We will agree to disagree because every time I call a game with Rob, Sim and I look at each other at some point and we say, man, thank God for quarters.
You guys are weird.
No, we're very normal.
Don't lump me in with that. I don't have
I said Rob Sims.
Oh.
No, you didn't say you, Nick.
Yeah. Okay. You and I don't watch women's basketball games together. You and I don't
Maybe
watch sports together.
Maybe you should, and then Nick can be wowed by the magic of quarters.
Maybe we can watch it on a blanket outside in the grass.
That's a great idea.
Maybe we can.
It's a great idea. All right. It is coming up on 4:30, so we better get to break so we can talk to Ralph Rousseau of or used to be of the Associated Press. Now he's with The Athletic.
Let's do it.
On 1620 The Zone. Back here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and the Zone mobile app. Let's welcome in on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, Ralph Rousseau of The Athletic. Ralph, it has been a busy week in college sports, or college football, even though it's May the 9th, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a weird time of the year when things should be quiet, but if they're not, it is often bad news. Now, I'm not saying that we've had anything. Some of the things have been sort of neutral news, and there's definitely been some interesting news. But usually at this time of the year, if you have news, it tends to be bad news because there's not a lot of reason to be making good news at this time of the year.
Around these parts, Ralph, roster limits are met with the same kind of joy as a worm in your corn. I'm curious, who exactly is pushing for roster limits? Because to think about it around here, roster limits are like the devil. I mean, Nebraska can't stand it, and I can't think anecdotally of a lot of coaches around the sport that like the idea, whether it's in football or in any other sport.
Yeah, it's the give and take here, though, right? It's this idea that what we're creating is 105 roster spots that will almost all provide financial opportunities for the players. Right now, I think the SEC said they were going to go 85 scholarship players, and there would still be allowed 105 walk-ons or non-scholarship players. But the idea is that even those extra 20 will probably have some opportunity to earn some money through revenue sharing. So I think the idea is like, I understand we're taking away the non-scholarship players in the traditional sense, whittling down some of those walk-ons. But we're creating more opportunities for the athletes who are on those rosters to actually be either compensated or given some financial benefits, right? So that's the greater trade-off. Let's remove. I understand Nebraska's circumstance and a particular circumstance there, but if you remove that particular Nebraska football. Those particular Nebraska football opportunities and what we're talking about in terms of walk-on program, and look at the broader picture of college sports, what you're trying to do is create more spots for where students get financial benefits by taking away and some of the ones where you have walk-on spots. You're trying to increase the money going to the athletes in other sports, and again across all of it, right? Because you'll also be able to pay college baseball players with full scholarships, and sports that used to be, used to have partial scholarships will now be able to provide full scholarships. So that seems to be the trade-off here.
Ralph, I remember we had you on a couple of months ago, and we were talking about the proposed college football playoff format change, which at the time it seemed like we were always discussing the 14-team playoff, the 4-4-2-2-1-1 model. And John and I remember us coming to this realization that, wow, as long as Notre Dame is always in the mix, you're essentially removing all at-large considerations, and thus you're removing the importance of non-conference games to the sport of college football, given it would be wholly based on how you do in conference. I have that as a long windup to ask you about the reports that we have now heard over the last 24 hours, and that is that they're suddenly looking at 16. Is 16 teams an answer to that specific critique, or is it that and something else as to why that number seems to be the favored one at this moment in time?
No, I think it is an answer to that, and I always kind of felt like 16 has always been on the table. The problem with 16 becomes more of a problem of, because 16 is a good solution for what you're talking about, which is like, boy, like there's not a lot of at-large opportunities here, and we're trying to come up with like a way to do AQs at this point, which is not just giving the SEC and the Big Ten more, but sort of having them earn more. I think my colleague Chris Vanini and I wrote a couple of weeks back that, sort of toying with this idea of like, okay, what's a way, what are performance-based measurements that we can use to determine who has what access to the playoffs, right? Maybe it's non-conference record, maybe it's playoff performance and in past playoffs and things along those lines, right? So you're trying to say this conference has accomplished X, hence they get X amount of spots, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're trying to do that as opposed to just anointing the Big Ten and the SEC as worthy of 4, create some measurements that would sort of make them earn those spots. And then, as you said, like now all of a sudden you have a crowded field where there's not a lot of wiggle room. Though, frankly, I've been hearing since, there's a certain contingency, I think, of athletic directors who are just voicing their opinions, who I remember as far back as January saying, like, well, if we're going to go to 14, why not 16?
Yeah.
Right? What's the problem with 16? What I would counter with the issue with 16 becomes a non-competitive problem and more about television inventory. If they grow the amount of games, ESPN is not on the hook to pay them more money. Now let's talk about one of the issues that they had last year in terms of like, when are you playing these games and what's the television windows and what kind of NFL games are you going to have to go up against? Where are you playing those extra games where you're going to have nice TV windows that don't either bump against NFL games or aren't buried on like a weird 6:00 start time on a Thursday, right? Like, I think there is some concern about growing the field because where are you going to play the games? Now, that doesn't mean that you can't overcome that and you can just find spots for that. But I think that has always been a bit of a problem for once you get past 12 to 14 and then you go to 16, now you have a couple of more games that you need to figure out where you're going to play.
Yeah, and Ralph, along those lines, like the thing that I keep thinking about with some of the reporting for the last day is the idea, and it's been floated before, but of like play in, instead of a conference championship game between 1 and 2, it's the 3 versus 6, 4 versus 5. Because I'm like, okay, so how does that work out calendar-wise if we're adding in these additional rounds in theory of conference championship weekends, not to mention all of the NFL stuff that they're going to have to deal with as well?
So the NFL stuff, they might catch a break when the NFL goes. I've talked to a few people here, and this is one of those things. If you sit down with the calendar, and I'm a dork, so occasionally I've done this. If you sit down with the calendar and start playing with the dates of where the NFL season might be going, with an 18-game regular season and possibly even as much as 2 buys for each team, and you kick the Super Bowl to President's Day weekend, that could provide some help for the NFL.
Interesting.
For college football, right? That could create some calendar space for the college football playoff without it actually doing anything. So there is that. As far as like the play-in games, as it's been explained to me, those would all take place on championship weekend. You'd just be building out championship weekend into a multi-game format for each league. I think, as far as I can tell.
And it would only be one round. It wouldn't be like a championship of the championships, if you will.
No, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
What you end up sort of doing is, so the one thing, and again, there are different versions of this being floated around, but think of it from this perspective. One plays 2 for the championship, and the champion is in better position to get a bye, let's say, right? So that it's important to crown a champion because the champion gets something.
Though, Ralph, in a 16-team playoff, there would be no bye.
Oh, which is also, yes, which is true. Could you still do again? Like, this is the problem. Like, I think you could still do the first 2 teams get a bye, right? I think you could still format a 16-team bracket with 2 buys. You might be right. Honestly, I've kind of lost. So
you're going to break my brain with this one, Ralph. Anyway, continue on.
Yeah. But the idea was, well, let me talk out the 14-team idea, because you're right.
Sure.
Like now, all of a sudden, you might be doing something. The 14-team idea was 1-2 plays, and there's your champion. That team gets a bye.
Yeah.
And then 3 plays 6 and 4 plays 5, and the winner of those 2 games just get in.
Get in.
Right?
They get the auto bursts.
They get the auto bursts, and there's your 4. Right.
Yeah.
Now, I've also heard some ideas about, why don't you have 1 play, have 6? I think it would be. I think it's 1 would play 6, 2 would play 5. Like, and which sounds crazy, because you're saying to yourself, wait a second, my first place team would be in danger of not making it. That's batty, right? But I think that could possibly, that's another idea that has gotten floated. But the fact that, but as you said, like, I definitely dragged us down a rabbit hole, and I'm so sorry, guys.
It's all right.
But yes, the point being that you wouldn't have a multiple round play-in situation for the conference title. You would have a set of 3, maybe 2 to 3 games that determine the auto bids and the seeding of maybe, or the order of your conference playoff participants. I got that all out.
Ralph Rousseau of The Athletic. Can the President T Committee or the Saban Committee, or whatever it is we're going to call it, have any positive impact on this overall discussion? Not just the playoff, but especially NIL, transfer portal, conference realignment. Can it have any positive impact?
Yes, I think it can. I think the thing it has to avoid, and I think it's a good sign that what is being talked about is a commission and not just an executive order that would create something that looks like a law, because, as it's been explained to me, because now I cover politics too, I didn't realize that was going to be the case when I got into sports writing, and civics. Now, what's being explained to me is an executive order doesn't do the things, or really can't do the things, that college sports is asking out of Congress, which is some kind of antitrust protection, which is preemption of state laws to create a level playing field of sort when it comes to NIL, right? An executive order can't do those things. And I think there was fear among people in college sports that President Trump would sign an executive order that might try to roll back some of the things that have already been advanced in college sports, or that could possibly interfere with the terms of the House settlement that still hasn't gotten across the line, and maybe next week, maybe sooner than that. A commission, if the right people are on that commission, is just basically a think tank that comes up with ideas that could be actionable and that could end up being legislation. But that also is most likely something that comes together a little bit down the line, right? Like that might not interfere with what's going on now, but could maybe build off of some of the progress that has been made and create some ideas that could fix some of the things that still haven't been fixed and aren't fixable by necessarily the House settlement or legislation. So, yeah, I think I have some like reasonable optimism that this could be impactful, but you know, it's not a lawmaking body. It's just basically like an idea tank.
Ralph, before we let you go, and you mentioned it in jest there, like you cover politics now, and that's certainly not what you got into the business for. Do you think that a college football fan can, like, is it possible to still love the sport or to still follow the sport without having to pay attention to all of the minutia of the offseason? Or is this just a part of the deal now if you want to be into college football?
I think you can, well, I hate to say this because then you'd be ignoring a bunch of my work.
Yes.
But I do think that you can have low-level interest, what's a better word there, investment in some of this stuff and still get to Saturday and enjoy the heck out of the games. Because I think that's what we've been doing all for the last 4, 5, 6 years, right? Like I kid around with people within the sport all the time, the so-called decision makers, administrators, commissioners, athletic directors. I'm like, no matter how much you guys try to screw this up, Saturdays are still awesome, right? And I think we can live with all the headaches Monday through Friday, but then they roll out the ball on Saturday and it all goes away. And so I do think it's probably a good idea to keep a little bit of an eye on what's going on with this stuff, because I think it does impact to a certain degree.
Oh yeah,
how your team is built and what and where your team is going to be playing and who your team is going to be playing. So I don't think you can be oblivious to it, but I still think the product ultimately is in fairly good shape, even if we're going through a really bumpy period of evolution.
Ralph Rousseau of The Athletic. Whether you buy into all of this stuff or want to read about this stuff, you still should read it, because Ralph and his team over at The Athletic, led by Stuart Mandel, do an excellent job. They really, really do.
And guys, I swear we do write about football.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know. That's why
I occasionally still write about football.
That's why you need to follow them.
Mm-hmm.
Ralph, have a great weekend. Thanks, and don't let the Mets beat up on my Cubs. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ralph.
Yeah. Ralph Rousseau of The Athletic. So we'll tackle that subject as Josh asked it coming up next here in the happy hour. Also update you, UCLA's up 1-0 in the third, and UConn has put up a run against the Jays in the top of the first in the Big East. This is the first time I've had softball on both these TVs in a long time.
Look at you, John. Look at you, John.
Keep an eye on these things. All right, we'll commence a One Beer Friday after this on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
You probably have beer, Center.
Each week, Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
One Beer Friday here on 1620 The Zone. I'll have water, thank you.
Water?
Well, because of his
Yep.
meds.
Oh,
I assume.
I thought he was just taking the Advil these days. I guess you're not supposed to drink when you take even Advil, right, John?
Hell, I don't know. It's probably a good idea if I don't drink until after the show's over.
You've already dropped the GD. Let's see if we can get an F word in that.
Yeah, let's just get the bingo card rolling.
Yeah.
Remember
might as well.
Simple Bingo?
I do remember Simple Bingo.
Simple Bingo's a
I
good
miss
idea.
Simple Bingo.
Yeah, well.
I think we were doing Simple Bingo the day he spilled the beans about your divorce.
Shout out Sipple.
That's probably true. You can participate in One Beer Friday. It's perfect beer drinking weather. It's nice and warm outside.
Oh, yeah.
Look, are these the leftovers in the fridge there? Is that what
Oh,
you guys-
yeah, John.
Also, a Yingling, which I don't even know where this came from. It was just in there one day.
I think a friend
Well,
of the
it's yours.
Grum.
It's yours now, Nick.
Damn right
I'm
it is.
drinking
It's
from
yours now.
Cross Drain. A Rising Hope today is the beer of choice for yours truly
Okay.
as the weekend arrives.
I have to wait for mine. I kind of shook it up a little bit.
What are you doing?
Well, there were some things in in the rim.
Yeah.
There was things in there, and I didn't want to drink whatever
Why
those
didn't you just
things
lick
were.
it?
So I don't,
Lick the rim, Nick.
I didn't want those things in my mouth.
Interesting.
This isn't usually the time or place for New Year's resolutions, but we'll call it the mid-year resolution. We need to resolve to make One Beer Friday great again.
Yes, thank you,
it's
John.
It's lost a lot of momentum in the last few months
Are people
for a
over
variety
on-
of reasons.
Is it
It's no
because
one's
of
fault.
Blue Sky? Is everyone sending their One Beer Friday photos on Blue Sky?
We just need to make a blue sky.
Nick, why don't you be in charge
What the
of
hell's that?
It's the
It's
Twitter.
the Twitter killer.
It's the Twitter.
They have a butterfly instead of a bird.
Nick,
We're not on there.
Nick, it's time for us to make a 1620 the Blue Sky.
1620, the transition.
They
to blue
call
sky?
them, don't they call them skeets over there? Isn't that what they call them?
I think they might.
That's what they call them, John. Instead of tweets, they're skeets.
That sounds really inappropriate.
That's what they call them.
That sounds really inappropriate.
You said GD earlier. I could say skeet.
Hey,
I didn't. I'm not shaming you for saying it. It just sounds inappropriate. That's
All right.
all.
Well, Nick's gonna start a at USC 1620 Blue Sky. You know what, Nick? I will.
You
I
guys
will
can
make
promote
it.
that. I'm not-
I will make it. We need
Mr.
to
Blue
share
Sky.
it. I have see, and I. You know what I just did? I'll create one. What did I do? I went to twitter.com. It's a different website. I feel like Julia Gulia on Wedding Crash or Wedding Singer.
Wedding Singer.
A CD player. Let's play a record on it. And he's like, no, Jules, it's a CD player. You play a CD on it. I'm like, let me create a Blue Sky. Where do I go? Twitter. I'm going to make one, though. Blue Sky Omaha. No, just Blue Sky.
All right. Well, while you do that,
okay.
You asked a question of Ralph there at the end of our last segment, and this also stems back to my rant earlier in the show.
Mm-hmm.
But with all the nonsense going on, with all the sidebar attractions, with the direction that the sport is going, with all the headlines being made that have absolutely nothing to do with being the stuff on the field, it's just the politics and the backroom dealings behind the field or beyond the field. Is it still possible to watch or cover the sport without paying attention to the side stuff? Can you be a fan and pay attention without having to give a crap about any of the other stuff? And as Ralph mentioned in his answer, he said, yeah, sure, it is definitely possible. And I would acknowledge too, yes, it is possible. It's possible for some.
Is it
it's
possible,
not possible
for you?
For me. Because as part of doing all this, we do have to cover this. We do talk about this. It does impact things that are going on here. But we all take in our sports differently. And most of you out there, I assume, you take in the sport because of Nebraska's gateway to the sport. If Nebraska football did not exist, I would dare say not nearly as many of you would be college football watchers.
Not to like push back against you. Couldn't you say that about every school though, right?
Yes, but I'm talking to our audience. Okay. I'm talking to our audience because I'm using Nebraska as an example for this reason. This all this crap that's going on right now, whether it's the portal, whether it's the NIL, whether it's conference realignment, whether it's a playoff format, any of this stuff. At the end of the day, Nebraska football is going to be okay. Okay in the sense that they're still going to be competing. They're still going to have a chance. They've obviously, positioned themselves very well financially to the point where even if it doesn't translate necessarily into wins and losses, they're not going to get run out of the sport because they do have the means to participate. And so because of that, I think a lot of people around here, a lot of this other stuff, sure. I mean, there's a sect of the population out there. They tend to be a little older that don't like the idea of NIL. They don't like the idea of the amateur being removed from college sports. Okay?
Definitely.
I get that. I'm not here to argue that, but there is that sect of folks. But at the end of the day, if they are a Nebraska fan, they're watching because Nebraska is still participating. The numbers of people who are being driven away because the kids are now getting paid probably isn't that much. I would dare say it's a very, very small percentage, and it certainly hasn't shown up in the television ratings.
Yeah.
But a lot of the reason I think a lot of people around here can just kind of let a lot of this stuff gloss over is because at the end of the day, no matter where this wacky game of musical chairs ends up, Nebraska's got a seat. Today, Nebraska has a seat. In the near future, Nebraska has a seat. My argument is, if we draw this out a few more years, I'm not as confident that Nebraska has or if they have a seat, it might be on 3 legs instead of 4, but that's neither here nor there. That's down the line.
Yeah, so what is pushing you away in this moment?
What pushes me away in this moment is I look at this sport differently than a lot of you do because I see it, I enjoy it more globally. Right?
Globalist John.
I enjoy it more globally. I enjoy a lot of college football for the same reasons as I enjoy professional football. Now, yes, I have a team, the LA Rams, in professional football, and so they get most of my attention, right? From a coverage standpoint, Nebraska gets most of my attention. But as a fan,
as a college football fan,
I enjoy college football more globally than our audience does.
Certainly the vast majority, yeah.
Right. Because, again, the vast majority of you, now I'm like you, my gateway was Nebraska football as I grew into it. But I've said many times on this show, I'm not the same Nebraska football fan today that I was 25 years ago. Not even close.
Let alone 35 years ago.
Right. It has changed for me. I still watch. I'm still engaged. For selfish purposes, it's good when they do well.
Yeah.
Or it's good when they make headlines because it makes more fodder for us to discuss. but I don't watch college football.
You don't live and die with Nebraska anywhere near the level that you used to do.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. But I do watch the sport very globally. I enjoy watching a good college football game. And so where a lot of my disgust comes from is the pathway that all of this stuff is taking us down is a pathway where globally the sport, I think, will suffer. And it will become closer to NFL light than it has ever been before. Again, Nebraska will have a seat at that table. So I understand why the rank and file Nebraska fan probably doesn't look at this the same way I do. Because at the end of the day, no matter where the chips fall, whether it's a 16-team playoff or a 14-team playoff, whether it's NIL this, revenue sharing that, transfer portal this, conference realignment that, whatever that happens today and in the foreseeable future, Nebraska is going to be fine. And so a lot of folks can just say, whatever. And so I understand it. I do understand it. But how I take the sport in is different than how our rank and file audience takes the sport in. And I don't like the direction it's going because it will ruin that part of the enjoyment for me as watching the sport more globally than maybe someone who is like, hardcore. And I would say the same thing, an Ohio State fan, a Michigan fan, an Alabama
Any
fan.
of the fans of those types of teams.
Any of fans of
LSU.
of the in crowd. Any fan of a school that is obviously in the in crowd, you're fine. But if you're an Iowa State fan,
Kansas State,
maybe you look at this a little more closely to the way I do, because it's uncertain what the future of your team's going to be. It's uncertain if your program's going to be allowed to sit at the big boys table, or if you're going to be relegated to the kids table, or maybe completely thrown out altogether. I completely get how you would be very frustrated by this, but 99% of our audience is Husker pilled, and so they don't have to worry about that.
Let me ask you this, and it's funny because when I originally wrote this question, it was going to be for an entirely different reason. But then the news of the day happened. What do you think it was about today's news that caused, it seems like you went over a cliff today? I know that this is
because I really thought, I even though this has been out there, I really thought that the pushback, and it did get universal pushback from fans and media all across the country, that, come on, this is a stupid idea. You should not have guaranteed spots for these conferences. You shouldn't have these play-in games. This is all silliness. It's nonsense. And despite the fact that it seems that almost universally the fans are against it, the media is against it, they think it's phony, they think it's ridiculous, they're pushing through with it anyway. It is the gall of the arrogance of the Big Ten Conference and the SEC that it's just, it is, have they been arrogant? Have they been power hungry? Of course they have. But even something like this, where it's clear, this is bad, this is dumb, this doesn't make any sense. I mean, I just broke Ralph Rousseau's brain a moment ago when we were talking about, the 1 versus the 2, and, the team that wins gets a bye. Oh, wait, no, there is no bye.
There's no bye.
In a 16-team playoff, the conference champion is not going to get a bye. And how no one thinks about this stuff. And it just doesn't make sense. And it's antithetical to what playoffs in any sport are like. Sure, college has always been different because the playoff has, or however the champion was selected, there has been either a great or a decent degree of subjectivity baked into the formula. That's something that has always separated college football from every other sport.
And I would actually say oddly enough, we've kind of lost some subjectivity, right?
We've lost some subjectivity, but now we have replaced it with quotas.
Yeah.
We have replaced it with quotas that says this league gets 4 teams in and this league should get 4 teams in, but that league should only get 2 and that league should only get 2. I mean, think about it. The NFC West always going to get 2 playoff spots no matter what. No one would ever think that's a good idea. Nobody would ever think that's a good idea. Yet, despite all of the pushback, despite all of the lack of logic and the lack of fair competitiveness, they're going to push through with it anyway. And it's ridiculous.
Let me ask you this. Am I the idiot then for, like, you're way angrier than I am, to the point where I'm, like, wondering how much you are going to engage with the sport and watch the sport. And I'm still like, yep, give me the slop in the fall. Am I the moron here? Are you the enlightened one? Because, I mean, I agree with everything you're saying, and yet, we joke about it all the time. I'm the football pervert. And yet, this changes nothing about how excited I am or am not. Like when Ralph answered the question, he says, look, it's all worth it for Saturdays. And I'm paraphrasing, right? You get to Saturday. And that's always my goal. That's always my goal of the offseason is, look, this all sucks. We always do this in May. We always talk about this stuff in May. And I know that when September arrives, I'm going to have the same big game feels in my tum-tum when I'm watching the games. I know that I'm still going to be at Arrowhead Stadium, and I'm going to be looking down on a football field, and there will be Nebraska, and there will be Cincinnati. And I will have all of the same joy. My joy is different than it was because, like you, I watched Nebraska in a much different way than when I was a teenager. And I want them to do well in a much different way than when I was a teenager. But I still get those butterflies or just the happy, like, this is great. I love college football, even with all the stupid stuff on the side. Am I the moron for just saying this is all bad and yet I'm still going to be there on a Saturday?
No, you're not. Because if you are impassioned, if you're in love with something, you'll overlook a lot of faults.
Yeah, that's true.
You'll overlook a lot of faults. And I think it's obvious you love college. I've said this before. I've always been more of an NFL fan than a college football fan. And so because of that, I think part of this is there was always a little bit of annoyance of college football. No, I shouldn't say annoyance. That's not the right term. I don't know. I don't think you're not the moron. You're willing to accept the faults more than I am.
Yeah.
And
I think that's definitely
true. And that doesn't
true.
mean you're right or I'm wrong or vice versa. It's just how we feel. And a lot of it's too, it boils down again to the arrogance of it all. And the direction that the so-called leaders of this sport are taking us.
Well, and that they don't,
because it also does. I mean, it does also impact other sports.
Correct. And you are involved in another sport at an institution that doesn't have the football money, right? Like, correct. I think that is
certainly
like we
certainly.
can.
I mean, all of this stuff that's happening right now, in college football. Remember, college football is the engine of this long train.
Yeah.
And basketball and baseball and volleyball and track and field and wrestling, they're all the cars. They're all
and some of those cars are really good and some of those cars are in the back.
Exactly. But football drives this whole thing.
Yeah.
And the way this stuff is going, it's going to have a trickle-down effect on everything else.
Yeah.
Now, and again, there are a lot of people in our audience who love football and they don't care about the other stuff.
For sure.
And so again, this stuff's not going to annoy you. And I can't argue against that.
Yeah. If you don't pay attention to track and field, or you don't pay attention to, I mean, even all the way up to men's college basketball, which is the second most popular sport, right? If you don't care about any of that other stuff, it is almost this, well, I guess, that it is what it is. I also think too, John, like, not that I am not going to pretend, and you wouldn't either, that college football, when you became a fan, was some bastion of like morality, and that, it's only recently that it's become more, about the money. But you did live in an era where I would say that it did not change certainly as rapidly and as much as like my fandom of college football begins, my first full season is 1997, which is the last year of the Bowl Alliance. So immediately I get thrust into the world of the BCS. And I am there, and we are all there from 98 until 2012, or 2013, rather. And then we get the playoff. And then a decade later, it expands. And now it's about to expand again. And so I have had this just crazy whiplash of not even 30 years of fandom. Meanwhile, if you start your college football fandom, what's the first year you remember? 77, 78, somewhere in there. Fast forward 30 years. And like, I know things are different, and certainly the sport had evolved on the field, but it's a pretty similar vibe to what it was when you were growing up. Differences, yes, but very similar. College football today versus 30 years ago for me, I mean, it's night and day difference. Conferences have fallen apart completely. The playoff is here, and it's expanding yet again.
If you would have told 13-year-old me,
yeah,
who, grew up in the Big Eight, grew up, worshiping the Big Eight, and the Orange Bowl was the best game of the night, screw the Rose Bowl, and screw the Rose Bowl because, everyone talked about that being the best game, but usually the Orange Bowl was for the national championship. Imagine telling 13-year-old me, hey, in 35, 40 years, one of the two conferences in this game is going to stab the other conference in the back and kill it and take their best schools and leave the rest to die. I would have said, you what?
Yeah.
You're crazy.
John, imagine telling you in 1978, like, hey, so this big win for Tom Osborne, one of these schools will be in the Big Ten and the other is going to be in the SEC.
Well, I wouldn't have understood because I was only 7 years old.
I guess that's true, yeah.
But,
Maybe say it for Game of the Century,
yeah,
too,
your
then.
point is valid.
You'd be like, wait, what? SEC, Big Ten? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Any sense whatsoever. Sam writes, that's funny that John says that about being more of an NFL fan because my whatever gear is that I know the Packers will be there on Sunday, which I care more about. And then he adds, good point about Creighton. Jed writes, Jed does write, thank you.
What is...
I think Jed's saying thank you to the whole, Saturdays will arrive, and I'm the idiot for caring about just the Saturdays.
But again, and that's fine if you just enjoy football for football, and that's fine. I've always enjoyed college football because of the uniqueness of it all, and the regionality of it all, and the differences between the leagues, and now it feels so much more homogenized, and if it eventually gets to where we all know it's going to feel so homogenized and so not unique that it will strip away the things that I enjoyed about college football that made it special and different from the professional version. Because I've made this argument many times. If college football just ends up becoming NFL light, what's the point? Because I can watch a better version of it on Sundays. Sometimes the thing about college football that makes it special are all the things that differentiate itself from the NFL. But if it continues to go down this path, and sure, you're going to be the bands and you're going to have the atmospheres and the students and what. Hell, we might even have the students. We could have 30-year-olds playing college football.
That's pretty weird.
The way things are going right now. Get
a job, college kids.
A lot of it is the uniqueness that I see dying that troubles me. Because sure, I've always liked the professional version of the sport more than the college version, but it's those gimmicks and traditions and things that are different from the NFL that made college football enjoyable for me. And I see some of those things, or a lot of those things, either they've died or they are dying or they will die.
Yeah. Matt says, I'm not totally sure what John is upset about losing. I mean, you've hit on a lot of them. I think the other one and this, I
want the whole country to be able to enjoy this. I want the Iowa States to exist. I want the Kansas States to exist. I don't want the Big Ten SEC Super League.
Yeah. Well,
I do not want that. That is, to me, bad. That is like, no, that is a non-negotiable. I do not want that, period.
And today's news wasn't really that, but today's news, I think Krecky hits on it. I don't want watered down Saturdays that don't matter as much as they used to.
And that too.
I think
because that was the other thing that made college football special and unique when I was growing up. Man, if you lost a game, you were done. But I could watch the Cowboys lose a Week 8 game, and I know, well, crap, they're still in first place, and they'll probably still make the playoffs.
God, bring back those days.
But I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. And that's why the news of today, like I said it with Jack earlier, when the playoff expanded to 12, my argument, I was very bullish on the regular season actually meaning more. And I would say that last season, we lost nothing in the regular season that we didn't have before. And if anything, I think we gained a whole lot of games that mattered late in the season, more teams that were invested. The Michigan-Ohio State game still mattered to the nth degree, even though Ohio State was going to the playoff. All of that stuff still was the case. But when you start handing out, as you called them, quotas, and you know that you're getting into the playoff as long as you finish second in the Big Ten Conference, and if you go into week 13, 14, whatever's the last week of the year that season, and you know you are locked into number 2 in your league, I do wonder what happens. I do wonder what's going to happen, because I feel like we're about to cross a Rubicon that we haven't had, and, not to relitigate it for the 800th time since January.
It's an American Revolution reference.
Nice. But the non-conference games, man, and again, you want to talk about something that's special. Sean, I don't know the world of the World Series and the All-Star game being the only time you see the AL versus the NL. I know nothing of that, because interleague play comes into existence basically when I can remember watching baseball. So those games have never meant something more to me. Cool, the Yankees are playing the Mets. Big whoop. And now, of course, we know we have 1 million of these games a year. There will be future generations that probably will know a world where non-conference games mean nothing. And like, as someone who has known that and would then lose it, that is heartbreaking for me as a college football fan. Just like I imagine for you, you're like, wow, that's crazy that you don't know the feeling of the World Series when it's the AL versus the NL, and this is the only time all year where we get to see that. It was special for you. It's never been special for me. And that's what non-conference games have been.
Matthew writes, how much of a chance did Iowa State ever have, really? And then later, I don't like the quotas, but I don't think it's substantially worse for teams like Iowa State. Here's what I would say. If Iowa State's no longer part of big boy college football, then they won't win a national title. I don't want to see that. Now that's
a different,
that's down the road. But in the present, sure. Has Iowa State ever threatened a national championship? Of course not. But if they would have ever had a season where they went undefeated, they would have had a chance to play for it for sure.
Definitely.
For sure.
Yeah.
They just didn't because they weren't very good. Now, with this playoff proposal, there's one thing about a perception and another thing when it's codified in rules. And when the rules themselves say this league that Iowa State is in gets 4 teams, and this league that has Iowa State gets 2. Once you put that into rules, you can go, Matt Rule can puff his chest out and go, man, we're the best. We're the best. We're the best. SEC, man, Big Ten, we're the best. You can say those things, but then when you start codifying that in the rules, that's a whole nother ballgame. Because at least with the opinion, you can still argue the opinion. Now, sure, there might be a lot of facts, more draft picks, more national championships, blah, 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 blah. Fine, great. But we can still have that conversation. But when you start codifying it in the rule book, that this league, just because they are who they are, gets more teams, double the teams than this league does, that's a whole different ballgame. Now we're no longer talking about opinion. We're talking about, well, this is just true. We have created a different class of citizens.
Yeah, it's like a caste system.
It's a caste system.
Yeah. Well, and again, like beyond all of that stuff, it lessens the value of non-conference, which is one of my favorite parts about college football. So like that's a great
Iowa
point State,
too.
yes, Iowa State is in theory is living a much better life today than they were 30 years ago, because the path is, it's not that it's more attainable, but that it is more recognizable.
It's more recognizable.
And I don't think anyone would argue that. It's just, I don't like what this does for the rest of the sport in the non-conference, because that's one of the, in my opinion, again, it's one of the best parts about college football.
I agree. Well, we went a little long there. But we should probably just skip a little. Should we do a combo?
Yeah, maybe a little short
predictions?
content and then
short
predictions.
context predictions, right, Nick? Does that sound good?
Yeah, it sounds great.
Sounds great.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll update you real quick. UConn is now up 2-0 on Creighton in the bottom of the third, and UCLA got a 2-run home run. They lead Nebraska 3-0. I believe that game is in the fifth. They just went to commercial. But I can tell you that the son of Baconator is $3 at Wendy's.
Nice. Wow, you are way ahead. Oh, I always forget that the Cox Cable here in Omaha is just so far behind. They're going to the bottom of the fifth.
Bottom of the fifth. All right. We'll be back and continue with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct, predictions, and content coming up on The Zone.
Hey, everyone.
Why not trade Tennessee straight up? A little bit of cash. And we'll throw you some cash your way just so you can get another poor quarterback just in case. I mean, wouldn't that make sense? Because now this kid at UCLA who's gone through spring now is, I don't know if he would stay and compete, but I get it. That's what quarterbacks do. But what if you traded him? Gary.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for What Makes Us and whatmakesus.com, brought to you by the Well-Being Partners. It is May, which means it is Mental Health Awareness Month. And I imagine that you know this, but if you don't, mental health conditions are quite common. Many ways that you can help manage, help treat those mental conditions in your life, in your daily life. Perhaps exercise. I went out for a run this morning. Always nice to clear the head in that way. I know a lot of other people like yoga. One of the other things that I like leaning into on a monthly basis is therapy, and even others lean on medication. Whatever it is, mental health conditions are treatable medical conditions, and they are not caused by personal weakness or failings. Always important to know that. And right now at 1620thezone.com, you can share your story online, and you can submit a photo on how you focus on your well-being and practice self-care. Perhaps you're going out in the backyard, you're laying down a blanket, and you're just enjoying the best weather week of the entire year. You can go to the website today, whatmakesus.com. It is whatmakesus.com, brought to you by the Well-Being Partners.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
Well, would you look at that? It
Look
just
at
took
what?
a little time.
There's
but
nothing to see.
The Master is back atop the standings. with
Nick,
a
you updated it.
with
I
a
did.
13
I did that last
and
week. Thanks for
4
noticing.
record. Sorry, I'm not looking here.
No, remember Nick pulled a John on me a month ago
What's that?
when he dropped almost a GD when I said, hey, it should say current records and not last week.
Yeah.
And he got really mad. But he updated it. He did. Nick, great work. I did
you.
notice it last week.
It's a tough look for you that you're only a point behind me, though.
But you were up by like 5 last week,
Well,
weren't
yeah,
you?
Nick, you went from first to worst. I went from worst to first, and Josh stayed in the middle.
That's why we call him Mr. Mid.
They don't call me that. By the way, John, a great reminder right now that we're on Blue Sky now.
We are on Blue Sky.
At USC 1620. Send us your One Beer Friday. Maybe that's where the One Beer Friday photos have been.
It's true. I followed and re-skied.
Re-skeeted.
Re-skeeted.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, let's get to it.
Let's get to it. NHL, the Leafs are up 2-0 on the defending champion Panthers. Yeah, the Leafs. Now they're on the road. It's a big game for Florida. The Leafs plus 1.5. That's, you know what? I'm gonna go with the Panthers. I think they're gonna get a big win tonight, and they will cover. Give me the Panthers.
I love picking Toronto, even though they're the NHL Dallas Cowboys. Give me Toronto.
So, 2 things. First, Toronto. Second, I figured out why I hate their logo so much. Why I hate that. The leaf is too tall. Leaves don't look like that. It's too tall and it's kind of wide. It doesn't look like a
What
leaf.
if the stem was longer?
But it's not, though, because you can see where the stem is.
No, I'm saying what if it was longer, though?
That might help.
Okay. So who are you picking?
It's a Maple Leafs.
I said the Maple Leafs.
Okay.
The Stars are at the Jets tonight. Stars plus 1.5 goals.
Stars have gotten a hat trick by one of their players, I believe, in each of the last 2 games, and they've come inside of one individual period in each of the last 2 games. That can't continue. Give me John's Jets. Jets.
I like the logo better. Give me the Jets.
So you're basically just picking it by the logo. I will go with the Stars. Caps plus 1.5 at the Hurricanes, Nick.
Give me the Hurricanes. Canes up.
I'm going to go with OV1 Kenobi and the Caps.
Oh, great reminder to watch Andor, everybody. Give me the Caps. 1.5 goals. That's too many goals.
It's a lot of goals.
What are we doing here? Come on.
The Knights of Vegas are plus 1.5 at the Edmonton Oilers. Edmonton Oilers.
Miami
Edmonton
Dolphins
Oilers
number
one.
Knights Templar?
Nice.
Give me the Knights.
Yeah, it feels weird to not pick the Knights because they always seem to do stuff.
Oh, I was going to pick the Knights because of the Knights Templar, which was a reference to our movie club movie today. That Kent Walgamot, he was way kinder than he wanted to be.
Yeah.
I think he hated the movie.
He pulled punches.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, it's kind of dumb, but sure. If
Do you think
like
he
it.
even watched it, or do you think he just like...
No, he texted me. He said, what's the movie that we're doing
Okay.
this week? He knows. Yeah, give me the Knights.
NBA. So, Josh, you're going to have to let us know here. Cavs, Pacers, are we playing 2 games between now and Monday or just
Correct.
one?
We got tonight and we have Sunday.
Okay, so what will the series be?
Here are the
right
options.
Now, it is Pacers leading 2-0. So basically, where you're predicting the next 2 games.
So you got a Pacers sweep is one option.
Mm-hmm.
You have 3-1 or you have 2-2.
3-1.
Damn it.
So 3-1
That's what
Indiana.
I'm doing. That's what I'm doing too. Rats.
3-1 Indiana.
No, you know what? Screw that. Give me the sweep. Pacers
Oh.
get it done.
All
They're
right.
going to the Eastern Conference Finals.
The
Probably
ECF?
Probably lose tonight.
Do they call it that? Do they call it the ECF?
That's the abbreviation for it.
I'm going to go with Nick. 3-1 Indiana. I almost wanted to say 2-2, but
Cavs are a little injured right now.
Yeah, I'm going to go 3-1. So the same
Samesies.
timetable for the Thunder and the Nuggets. That series is tied 1 game apiece. I believe that by Monday it will be 3-1 in favor of Oklahoma City.
I think that the series is going to be decided tonight. I think that it's going to be a close game. I think that the Nuggets are going to have a lead early. It's going to come down to, can they hold on? I don't think they will. Give me the Thunder to win tonight and Sunday. It will be 3-1.
Man, I like Thunder Nuggets as a combination of words together.
Sure, it sounds like something you get at Wendy's.
And Thunder being first is very apt because I also agree. It'll
Wow.
be 3-1.
3-1. Okay.
Wow, no faith in Denver whatsoever.
Sorry, Denver.
For game 3 only,
Yes.
SGA minus 4.5 points versus Jokic in game 3.
I'm going with Nikola. I think he has a really nice game. And he doesn't foul out tonight. Maybe he stops complaining to the rest for 5 seconds.
Nick?
Give me SGA.
Same.
Oh.
Game 3, Celtics, 5.5 point favorites against the New York Knickerbockers. If they ain't going to get it done now, they never will. Boston.
Bing bong!
John's words, give me the Knicks.
I'm going to go with John. Yeah, I mean, they've been up by 20 in both of the first 2 games. They're the better team, but they're down 0-2. I'll go Celtics.
Will the Celtics be over or under 36.5% from 3? Even though I think the Celtics win, I think they will be slightly under.
I'm going to go over.
I mean,
they've been 25%, by the way, in the first 2 games.
That's their whole bit, though, isn't it?
They love threes.
Usually.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take the over.
They love threes, Nick. They love threes like you love your fiance.
I do love my fiance.
The Warriors at the Timberwolves tomorrow night.
This is actually the other way around. T-Wolves at the Warriors. It's okay, though, Nick. Not a big deal.
Oh.
I copied and pasted.
Oh.
It's okay.
That was my mistake. Well, I'll just put a verses there.
There you go. Perfect.
Warriors +5. So the Warriors are a home dog.
Because no Steph.
Because there's no Steph.
Remember, hamstring, Steph.
That's true.
Give me a call. I woke up feeling better today with my hammy, actually.
Oh, congrats on the good ham.
Yeah. T-Wolves.
Minnesota!
Yeah.
John?
Yeah, Minnesota.
Nice.
Cubs and the Mets get underway here in a half an hour, and it's a 3-game series at Citi Field. Sadly, I think the Cubs are about ready for a little bit of a slump here. I'm going to go Mets 2-1.
Wow. John, get out of my head. 2-1 Mets.
Man, yeah, the way you said it to Ralph, John, made it seem like you think the Mets are way better than the Cubs. So
the Mets are good.
Are they? I thought the Cubs were good.
They have Juan Soto, Josh.
People on my TL recently were all like, the Cubs are good. What happened?
Well, you followed John, so you probably get all the Cubs honks.
There's also another guy named Adam.
No.
Mets 3-0.
I hope Jared Jones lives forever. Royals and Red Sox.
Well, Devers probably isn't going to play, am I right? It's been a bit. He hasn't been wanting to play lately.
Oh, okay.
It's a whole joke.
Royals 2-1, baby. Let's go, Kansas City.
Yeah, Royals 2-1.
Give me Boston 2-1.
The Fever Dream.
Now, are these actual games, or is this
John,
like an exhibition?
The season starts tonight.
This is my favorite WNBA matchup.
Because it reminds you of laying on a blanket in your backyard?
I don't have fever. I don't lay on a blanket when I have a fever. That doesn't seem nice. I want to be in a comfy bed.
The Fever are a 5.5 point favorite at the Dream. I mean, sure, Fever.
Yeah, what are we doing here?
Why would I ever go against my goat and your goat?
And your
Caitlin
goat.
Clark?
Yeah, we're all in agreement here. All in agreement on the.
So everyone's got the Fever.
Oh yeah,
got the fever for the flavor.
Caitlin Clark over under 19.5 points.
Over.
Same. This was what she averaged last year, by the way.
Sweep. UFL.
Nick, nice
Ugh.
work. Let's go.
There's no Formula One race this weekend,
Football.
so I guess.
You know, I had lunch with Kevin on Tuesday, and we talked about the UFL.
Yeah?
It came up.
A lot of
I
battle
guarantee you that is the only lunch in the country where any UFL was being talked, even at the UFL training table.
I don't know. There are
which,
some
by the way, is
sickos.
like a food truck that's down the street.
I love
because
food
they don't
trucks.
probably even have training tables.
There are people that exist that are somehow more football pervert than Josh who love the UFL.
Yeah, I know. One of our listeners, his name is Triggered Ryan. He loves the UFL.
Panthers -3.5 at the Renegades. Give me the home dog.
Yeah, the
It's a
Renegades, it's the name of a song. The Renegade Who Had It Made. That's a fun song. So I'm going to go with Arlington.
I'm going to go with the Panthers because I like their colors.
That's a dumb reason, Nick.
Well.
And if that wasn't enough good football for you,
Oh, no.
there's a football that's played on this planet, on this little tiny marble. That's the greatest football in the world.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what happened to it. It's gone.
It's been that kind of day, folks.
It's just gone.
It's been that kind of day.
Well, then we're not picking it.
Oh, wait.
There's a drive. Way back. It might be. It could be. And
La Liga.
La Liga. That's Spanish for the Liga.
La Liga. We got my Girona versus Villanova.
Villanova.
Oh, congrats, Pope.
It's been a good week for Villanova. Give me Villanova over my Girona.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with that. You know, you can't keep Villanova down for that long when they have a new pope.
Well, that's the false Villanova, and the Bible has a few things to say about false idols. So give me Girona.
Nice.
Blue Jays and Xavier. Big series starts in 15 minutes over on the 1180 dial, 1180 a.m.
Nice.
Creighton and Xavier. Creighton controls its own destiny. Taking the Jays. 2 games, 1.
2-1. Xavier.
Wow, Nick. Happer's been saying he has the big game feels in his tum-tum.
He should. It's a big game. Those are good feels to have.
They're
going to
send John and Ed Service out on a winning note. Give me the Jays 2-1.
Well, this pick actually,
Uh-oh.
we've got a pretty good hint as to what might happen.
Yeah.
Will either Creighton or Nebraska win their conference tourney? Your choices are you can pick one school, the other school, both, or neither. Right now, 6th inning, UCLA's up 3-0 on Nebraska. 4th inning, Creighton is down 2-0 to UConn. Now, in the Big East, it's double elimination. If Nebraska loses here, tournament is over.
I'm going to say no, neither.
I will also say neither.
Yeah, this might be, sadly, now that we know what's going on, a little too easy, but I'm going to go neither as well. And finally...
Is there an open for this?
There is. I just don't want to do it.
The ting,
it's not
ting,
really
ting.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is. NASCAR's in Kansas this
Now,
week.
is this a Saturday race?
No, it's Sunday.
I thought they didn't used to race on Mother's Day. What happened?
They
I think
hate
you're thinking
moms,
of Easter.
Nick.
I think you're thinking of
No,
Easter.
I thought it used to be Easter and Mother's Day because they love the Lord and they love their mamas.
I don't know. Just like last
they
week,
don't love their
pick
moms
3
anymore.
drivers, and we are combining the cumulative finish results, and whoever has the lowest number wins. So pick wisely. I will go with Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, Joey Logano.
I'll go with Christopher Bell, Josh Berry, and William Byron.
I'm going to go with John's picks.
Oh.
You can't copy me.
I just did, bro.
Are you so desperate that you have to copy me?
Desperate. I'm whooping your ass in all the other categories today.
No, you're not. I'm winning.
Okay. Well, sorry. That's what I wanted to do. Good work, everybody.
We did it.
Pathetic.
That's pretty pathetic.
Loser.
Pathetic loser.
Yeah, you're a pathetic loser. You're copying off my homework. That's what the pathetic losers do. Copy off my homework.
Pathetic loser.
Guys,
Yeah.
What's up,
Yeah.
Nick?
This might have to be like a Football Friday. I don't know if we're gonna have time for content.
No content. All right, I guess
don't
we're
think
getting
we
to
can do
dinner.
content today.
Man, we had some great questions in here, Nick.
We did.
We have not talked. Can we do 2 minutes on Bill Belichick in North Carolina?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Go.
I don't believe North Carolina. I believe Pablo Torre. I don't even have to give any background on this. Everybody knows the story, right?
Yeah.
Pablo Torre reported this morning that the North
By the way,
Carolina Tar
who
Heels.
is Pablo Torre?
He used to work at ESPN.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So
didn't
I
know
think
who
he
it
was one of the guys who got laid off within the last couple of
Oh.
years. So he reported that they barred his girlfriend from the facility. They
Correct.
said, no, that's not very true. I believe him. And also, John, I continue to be amazed that Bill Belichick, who built his entire ethos on no distractions with the Patriots, has the biggest distraction yet. This is worse than Alex Guerrero with Tom Brady. Yeah, that is my take on the entire situation.
Well, here's my question. If it's true, though, who's suspending her? It'd be Bill Belichick.
In theory, I mean, his
Right?
bosses. It could be his bosses,
It
couldn't
ain't
it?
Bubba. I guarantee you it ain't Bubba.
Yeah.
Because all Belichick would have to say is, I'm good.
So
I
weird.
think Belichick's pulling around Bubba by the nose, not the other way around.
Dude, this is all so weird. This is all so weird.
I mean, I don't deny that there might be some issues going on behind the scenes, but this would mean Belichick is suspending his girlfriend from being around the facility.
Wow. That is true.
Who's gonna do the emails?
Who's going to
now?
watch The Watchmen?
Um,
This is also strange.
There is one thing I did want to touch on quick though.
Yeah.
John, it's come out that the new Pope is in fact not a Cubs fan, but a White Sox fan.
He was at the World Series.
He was at the 2005 World Series. There's video evidence. So, Mr. Catholic man, are you out on the new Pope?
Uh-oh.
Listen, I can't control what he likes other than to say only a loser would pick the White Sox.
You think he's a college basketball fan, John?
He's not a loser though. He won Pope.
That's actually inarguable, John. He won.
I'm sorry, but it's just unacceptable to me that anyone would willingly choose to be a White Sox fan.
Bonus question. Thoughts on the World Herald and the way that they reported on this story, John, in their morning paper?
You want to talk about an I don't care. This would be at the top of the list.
What a weird discourse.
The best part was it was above the fold. It just didn't have a giant photo, but it still had the story
But
there.
the Lincoln Journal Star.
Lincoln Journal Star had a giant photo. Man.
People who get bent out of shape about.
Can you imagine getting mad about a newspaper front page in 2025?
That's probably the
people
most
exactly.
That's
Do they
probably the
read
most
newspapers
newspaper
anymore?
discourse that's happened in a while.
Yeah, seriously. I just go to the websites.
By the way, Nebraska's rallied back.
Oh,
he's got a big double. It's now 3-2, and the tying run is at third base.
Whoops.
Baseball. Softball.
Softball.
Different ball.
Tying run is at third base,
That's
so
weird.
Nebraska's fighting back. So maybe our predictions weren't so good after all. All right, well, I guess that means we have to take a break and get to do dinner, right?
Yep.
All right, dinner's next, and we'll wrap up the week next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, we're about to have an interesting challenge tonight.
Uh-oh.
Have you ever eaten fried chicken with one hand?
Yes.
Actually, I do that every time I have fried chicken, John, because I'm tweeting.
Yeah, and
at the same time.
And I don't want both of my hands to be greasy.
Correct.
So, like
I do it every time.
Exactly. Yeah. Do it, John. That's great.
John, you got.
I have no choice in the matter.
Use your 3 fingers. Just you got to kind of dig in there and break it off and pull it out, and then dunk it in. For me, hot sauce.
Nice.
Are you a guy who pours the hot sauce directly onto the chicken? What does it says about a person where they just pour it onto the food instead of dipping it in the food? My mom does that.
I mean, it depends on the thing.
Like if she has fish and chips, she just pours the vinegar directly on the fish.
If you have ranch with pizza,
I would prefer to dip.
If you have ranch with pizza, do you put ranch on top of the pizza or do you dip it?
Yeah, I dip
Interesting.
it. By the way, speaking of fried chicken, I'm going to Popeyes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
I got a gift card at my surprise party last week from one of my best friends. I'm using that.
Nice.
Shout out,
Surprise! You got to wait in line for a year.
Shut up, John.
Last night I got a sandwich. I wanted a sandwich, so I got a sandwich. I don't know about tonight.
What about tonight?
I don't know about tonight.
All right.
And that's what's for dinner. UCLA just got a home run, so they're up 4-2 now. And UConn's up 4-0 on Creighton. So Jays are running out of outs in the 5th.
All right.
And over on 1180, Connor Happer is getting ready for the start of a big 3-game series between the Jays and Xavier. And a swing and a miss by Josh.
Come on, Nick.
It actually hit Josh's bat as he was trudging back to the dugout, dragging the bat behind him.
That was a check. That was a bit of a check. So let's just one more time, Nick. Come on. And the pitch hits in. It's a little slow. It's okay. What do we got next week, John, on Monday? Are you still at home? Are you still in the void?
Of
it's
course.
like COVID.
Of course.
Am I going to see you?
This thing's not coming off for a while.
Yeah. When do I see you next?
I am
right before
Monday,
the College World Series.
through the video screen. I don't know.
Do I get to? Will you be in studio after Memorial Day? Like right the day after Memorial Day, the Tuesday?
I honestly don't know.
God.
I honestly don't know.
This is the saddest. All right.
I miss seeing your smiling, happy
I
face
honestly
in the
don't
studio,
know.
John.
Happy?
I miss seeing your face in the studio, John.
There we go.
Are you going to keep the beard?
Yeah, John, you should keep the beard.
I have no idea.
Subscribe to our Blue Sky.
Yeah, we have Blue Sky
You're
now.
not subscribed, follow it.
It's USC 1620. Same thing as our Twitter.
I'm not subscribing to your Blue
Send your beer photos.
Yeah. One Beer Friday on Blue Sky.
Mm-hmm. Bye, John. Have a good weekend.
Good night, everybody.
Have a good call tomorrow and Sunday. Let's